and sealed his will to guard and protect his new nation. So he resolved to find of all who would challenge his right to be free. With a swift-sailing vessel and 10 carriage guns to hug the world's oceans and seas. Born to go into harm's way, from all ye hell or high waters be damned. No lightning, no thunder, nor hurricane hail can stand in the face of his wrath. Beneath his enemies sleep, like cloud where their gaze cannot grow. The tide that rise, every last man shall shake to the core of his soul. For submerged operation by Opsted 48 Tech 18, Captain myself, sounding as 1385 fathoms beneath the keel and checks with chart. I am verifying that my water team is pre-interned to disrupt the ship. My team is supporting the ship for an automatic
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is CJ Abernathy, executive producer for the War is Hell podcast, and our captain is Mr. Cash Damn Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Prime Time. Little late tonight, sir.
Yeah, I'm not late. It's 8-ish. It's 8:09 on my computer. This is a working man's podcast. It's a working man's show. So 8-ish. There's a grace period here because I'm not an asshole. All right, I'm not that boss that's like, you didn't show up at 8 a.m. sharp, and so you missed something. I don't want you guys to miss anything, but I do 2 and 3 hour broadcasts, man. I'm a long-winded guy. I got a lot to say. I got a lot to do, a lot to put out. I've got a lot of friends that I can't see. It's freaking COVID. Freaking COVID. And I want to get around and see some folks, okay? I want to travel around. I want to not wear my mask. I want to shake some hands. I want to give out COVID hugs, eat food in different places, and have a good time. So 8-ish, that's when we start. Because sometimes I might be down at Mama's and we're finishing up some fried chicken and biscuits. Or I might be up in, South Dakota and I just get done riding a horse. There's no telling. So 8-ish.
Ish is okay. So how are you tonight, Cash?
Ish. Brandon Mitchell said, Brandon Mitchell, look here. You're right. You're right. It's not the Navy way. It's the Cash Jackson way. And if the Navy did it the Cash Jackson way, it wouldn't be a lot of piss off sailors out there. They'd be real fucking happy with me. Because I'd let them smoke pot and,
Do you want to
adults do? Wouldn't care.
Do you want to address that right out the gate, that this is not a broadcast for children?
Not for your kids. We've got all kinds of disclaimers floating around everywhere. We do not give out legal advice or medical advice. So if I say that's a stupid idea, punch yourself in the face, okay? It's kind of just I can picture yourself being so dumb that you punch yourself in the face type thing. I'm not actually advising you to punch yourself in the face, though if you did it, please record it and send it to me so that I can use it in my next broadcast and hopefully make money off of your idiocy. Thank you.
Catch, I don't know if we've got the delay live, but you weren't.
I'm good, man.
Oh my God, are you that far behind? Is that how far the delay is?
That far?
That far? I don't know. I'm going to clap. You tell me when you hear it.
Oh. I heard it. That was the hand signal.
Okay,
I heard it.
That's a big problem.
Do it again. Why is it a big problem when I'm the one talking?
I don't know.
Everybody's
it happens to you on every broadcast. Yes, it happens to you on every broadcast. Yes.
You know why I discovered why a couple nights ago. I did. I just got done showing my brother what it is, and he'll vouch for what I'm going to tell you. I saw 2 different, what I believe to be drones, hovering at somewhere around, I don't know, a couple thousand feet on a nearby mountain range here near my house. And I stood out there 2 nights ago and watched these things circle my house. One went from west to east, one went from east to west. It was more of a northeasterly to southwesterly and vice versa. And 2 of them. And then again tonight, or last night, went out there, again, same thing except just one. I only saw one. And then tonight, went right out here on my roof, and there it is, just west of me. And what else is just west of me? Fort Chaffee. Fort Chaffee's just west of me. About an hour or so. Hour and some change. And guess what they do over there? A lot of spec war training over there. Yep. They bring spec war guys in over there. And you don't think they're running drones through here? They run big ass like cargo planes over us. Of course they got drones up there. I'm just finding it odd that they're sitting near my house. I wonder why. I wonder if I'm pressing any buttons or saying some things that are so provocative that the feds, the feds did come visit me twice, right, this year. 2020 was a banging year for me, man. I had my first sit-down conversation with the FBI. I had my Definite first sit-down conversation with the Secret Service. So now I've kind of gotten a big trifecta of I've spoken with NCIS previously on a couple of occasions, and yeah, man, I make the rounds with the feds. They love me.
It's the Navy way, right?
It is. Well, you know what? In a lot of circles, they identify men like you and I. You got on your Marine Corps hat, you've got some facial hair, you're white, you're a man, you're outspoken. Ding 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 da ding 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 da ding 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 da ding ding ding. You must be a domestic terrorist. You must hate your government and your country, and you know, you're a Timothy McVeigh, if you will. It's very difficult for men like us to have an opinion on some matters and be very strongly outspoken, because then we're labeled as some right-wing domestic terrorist, when no, that doesn't make any sense, because I'm against corporate welfare. You know, I'm against this, you know, the current Republican idea of, you know, fund corporations with multi-million-dollar bailouts and what's supposed to be a free market. I oppose that type of shit. We are not right. We're not far right. Okay, we're very liberty-minded. Yeah. Thanks for giving CJ those props. Thanks, Lucy. He did do a fantastic job, man. It's like the best one that I've seen. Honestly, I don't think any other podcasters out there come close to that. I don't think so. To that level of badassery. That's why I am going to somersault over the top of Joe Rogan while and then cut a moonwalk MJ style right past him as I go through the fucking podcast universe.
I don't know if Joe Rogan could get a. I don't know if Joe Rogan could get an intro like that, though. I mean, he could get a moto intro, though.
Yeah, no. Oh, he definitely could get a moto intro. That guy would whip my ass. I would never want to fight that guy ever. Have you seen him kick a bag?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that guy kick a bag? It's like a professional baseball player swung a bat full speed and hit that bag when he kicks it. I would never in a million years want that guy to hit me or kick me or choke me. He's a bad dude.
Yeah. So how do you feel about moving to a primetime spot, Cash? Tell everybody about our move to primetime and what have we got in store for that?
Look, so we want to broadcast. What are we going to do? Are we shooting for Monday through Friday now, CJ? Is that a possibility in the near future?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think so.
Especially with your I'm waiting for you to announce stuff though.
So, look, really good news. I just had a really good afternoon. It was a follow-up with a property owner that has a business, and it's for lease. And the business is right on the corner of of a main street in a small town nearby here. And well, it looks like the Veteran Liberty Network is going to open up their very first studio, brick and mortar studio, right here in Arkansas. And we're gonna break ground on working man podcasting and networking across not just the country, the world. We had a couple guests on a few shows ago that were from the UK, and they were a couple of just working guys like us. And so we want to bridge a divide across this country amongst the working class, those who are not in the ruling class, and really begin to help to build ourselves up and out of poverty to a greater degree by spreading information, news, developing our understanding of domestic, state, and federal and global policy, and how it's wreaking havoc on us, the people that end up breaking our backs for large corporations. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with hard work. I want people to work hard, but I want them to keep the fruits of their labor. That's the big difference, is that you're working an additional 33-40% oftentimes for government, and you're paying more of your sacrifice to government. And I think that we really need to wake up to this. income tax on its face is immoral because you're coercing under force or threat of force rather a man's property. You're going to deprive him of his property because you purport that it's for the greater good. It doesn't make it moral, right? In fact, it makes it immoral. It neutralizes whatever moral act you intended to commit with the dollar that you're going to take by force or threat of force from another human being. And no, and a lot of people don't consent to that. They don't consent to it. And more we're waking up and going, you know what? Look, let's be honest. How many of you don't view the world quite the same way that you did before? You don't look at it through the same lens. I know that I do not. And I do not because of the experiences I'm still living and still talking about. I won't stop talking about it. I'm not going to. It's too important of an issue and it hurts too much. And it's an injustice to all of those people that have fought so hard to change this aspect of law that, look, it's because we ignored what was happening in family law that our government has known that they could go to such extreme measures and nobody would do a damn thing about it. It's because we've stood idly by, we've watched our neighbors and fathers and brothers and uncles and moms and aunts, we've watched them succumb to the state overreach. It didn't have to be as hard as what it was. People didn't have to be hurt so bad along the way. Children didn't have to grow up emotionally and mentally scarred. That didn't have to happen. But we have to start right now going, look, we have to put a stop to it at some point in freaking time. If we're saying to ourselves, all of these major social issues are caused from fatherless homes, if we're saying that out loud and we're hearing it on the television, we're hearing everybody say it, we have presidents like President Barack Obama telling dads they need to step up to the plate. It's that important to people that Tom Cotton is passing or is looking to push mandatory work program reimbursement legislation through Congress. Mandatory work program, like we have literally a slavery bill being pushed by a guy with the last name of Cotton from Arkansas. Am I the only one going, I kind of see a problem with this whole mandatory work program thing, okay? And what Tom Cotton and others are trying to sell to you is that this is some way to reimburse states for running programs to get non-custodial fathers to pay their child support. Folks, it doesn't have a damn thing to do with these men paying their child support. This is a system of indentured servitude. It's to track them down. It's to treat us as chattel. That's what we're being. Men, realize every other weekend is unacceptable. You have to say this. You have an obligation, we all do, to try and raise our kids equally. We need equal time to do that. And it is unconstitutional on its face to deny fathers that equality. And it's setting our kids up for failure. It is. You're hurting them. How many kids go to counseling, have to see therapists, have to go, and for what? For what? Because we want to pass bills like this. It's supported by the National Child Support Enforcement Association, of course. And look, he says it. Look, Tom Cotton, attorney, Harvard grad, right? Isn't he Harvard grad? He says it. Fathers have an obligation to care for their children. Child support orders can help parents fulfill this obligation by requiring them to work. This bill would provide additional resources to state child support agencies so they can help parents get back on their feet and provide for their families, said Cotton. Yep, but fuck the guy already living in poverty. Let's drive him into more poverty. The states are setting unrealistic child support orders so that they can receive additional federal subsidies. It props up larger government, folks. If equal custody were the societal norm in this nation, and don't tell me that we can't do it because we haven't tried it. Don't tell me we can't do it because what we're doing right now, I think we could all agree, isn't working. It's not working. Our kids are going through socialist programs. They're being conditioned to go to work, and we let this happen, to go to work, get a job at 16 years old, 17 years old, pay taxes on that while you can't vote, turn 18, you can't buy any cigarettes, but you can damn sure be drafted into the fucking military and be sent off to war. You can be conscripted. If not, you have to live underneath the constant threat of conscription, right? They'll deny you federal benefits as a young man in this country. It is discriminatory. I don't give a shit what you say. You can't. Saying it's not discriminatory is like saying the sky's not blue. Okay, when the facts that present themselves show our system is so discriminatory, it's a yes or no. Do women have to register for selective service? Yes or no? No. Boom. That's not equal. End of fucking story. Why is there any more discussion? Now, somebody's going, well, you wouldn't want your daughter to serve in the military. No. I didn't say that. I didn't say, yeah, also pretend like you own women's bodies as well. I did not say that. What I said is it's discriminatory to be doing it to one sex and not the other sex. That is discriminatory, right? It's sexist, okay, right? Men have to if they don't. CJ, if you get a moment, would you pull up some of that selective service requirement information? I want people to see. We need to really start talking about this. These types of things. And men have to start talking about it to other men and boys to go, this is a problem. We need to fix it. But the correct solution is not adding women to the mix. The correct solution is saying government doesn't own you or your body. They don't own your children or future children. He's going to have it here in just a second. I know everybody does it, and we all got in line, and we signed the piece of paper, and we did it. I get it. But that is not what we need to be doing, folks. And the feds are sitting over here with their drone off the west side of my house for a reason. Because I'm pushing a lot of buttons that they don't like pushed. Hey, you taxpayers, guess what? You paid an FBI agent to drive all the way out here to my house, along with another FBI agent from several hours away, along with a sheriff's deputy, to sit down and have a conversation with me for about 2 hours. Secret Service. Nice fellow. They always show up unannounced. Peculiar about that. I wonder why. Strictly accidental that they all do the same pattern of not calling you and letting you know that they're going to pay a visit to your home. And as it were, they happen to always know when you're home because they've never once said, I came by and you weren't there. So they happen to always know when I'm home. Can I have that piece of paper, CJ? Do I need to do it? Let me have it. Selective service, who must register? I want to talk about who must register, and then I also want to talk about what benefits or how you can be harmed if you don't. Who must register? With only a few exceptions, the registration requirement applies to all male U.S. citizens and male immigrants residing in the U.S. Now look, hey, they didn't say illegal immigrants, they said immigrants. I take it to mean that they'll take any of them. Residing in the U.S. who are 18 through 25 years of age. So, between the ages of 18 and 25, you as a young man are underneath, well, it doesn't matter if it hasn't happened in 40 or 50 years, it doesn't fucking matter. When we set ourselves for the potential of, it could happen, and if it does happen, what will then be the response by our citizens? Okay? You shouldn't be forced into war. And furthermore, I wouldn't want somebody there who didn't go willingly. But first and foremost, I don't want the person who's willing to go for the wrong reasons. We shouldn't be going because corporate America or some multi-billion-dollar industry is going to make money off of us, the working class. We are the working class, us, right? There ain't no millionaires listening to me. There ain't no billionaires listening to me. You know who's listening to me? You and that fucking Fed up there living in the middle class, who's got his white picket fence and his kid and his dogs, right? And his strains and his problems. You know who's monitoring me? And you, the working class men and women from our communities. You know who's enforcing these unconstitutional laws? Those from the ruling class, the attorneys, the state's attorneys, the prosecuting attorneys, deciding whom they let free, the judges, whom they send back into our streets for the working class police officer to have to pick the same person up time after time after time after time. And who lets them back out in cycles and drives the profit of their own industry? The attorneys do, time after time after time. When it's your parents and your grandparents falling ill and their properties being seized by the state or being assigned guardian ad litems and liquidating their property, it's the ruling class, those who live and play by the rules of the ruling class, and those who profit tremendously off of the ruling class are those that come from that industry, from law. Attorneys and the judiciary have harmed this nation irreparably by believing that with the parents' patriot doctrine and that this assignment that the state is the supreme parent in matters regarding your children, in its if it was done properly, I would understand. But nothing with men is ever done properly because we're human beings and we're fallible and we'll fuck it up. And this is what's happened. We've entrusted judges and attorneys because they go to law school that they're so smart and above reproach. And they're not. You've put all of this trust into people. We will go all day long. People will bitch about Congress. Fuck Congress, blah, blah, blah. Fuck them. They're terrible. The majority of people that make up Congress come from a law background. They're fucking attorneys. And they're driving this crony capitalist machine. And we're not talking about how us as working men and women are being impacted. Like, we're not really here having these conversations face to face, and we should be. They'll take the working man. Yeah, this is Congress. And we've entrusted this shit to run our country, and we just passively allow it to happen. And how many of the businesses are shutting down across the country right now because of the COVID implementations? You have softer implementations like here in Arkansas and in other states. They're not as stringent, but they're still being impacted significantly. All of these businesses closing their damn doors. People's dreams that they built up are just being robbed from them. And they're offering you what? $600, $1,200? Get the fuck out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Does anybody else see that and go, yeah, that doesn't sound right? You know what I mean? Like, that's really not going to pay my mortgage, my utilities, my car payment, food, gas, incidentals, on and on and on. Come on, folks. Get out of here with that bullshit. That is not going to provide for you and your family. We have to open the fucking country up and get government out of it. They are train wrecking this on purpose. And I'm a little worried. I'm going to bring up a couple of headlines, CJ. I don't know if we can fire off some of the newer headlines with the Russian hacking that's went down.
Yeah, so
what are the Russians and the Chinese up to?
So real quick, Cash.
I want to know.
We can definitely get to those, but did you hear the rumor mill that's been floating around? I don't know where it started or if it what the weight is. We could probably dig into it, but there's a new bill with this new stimulus thing that says Congress's new bill, COVID relief bill makes illegal streaming a felony. A new COVID-19 relief bill features a number of media-related add-ons, including one that would make illegal streaming for profit a felony.
Wow. You see? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there.
You want to hear
That's
it?
pointed at fucking Cash fucking Jackson. That's pointed at Cash Jackson. That's who that's pointed at. Guess what, assholes? My media company is a non-profit, so fuck you.
This is what it says right here. It says Congress' latest COVID-19 relief bill would make it a felony to host illegal streaming of media for commercial gain. The new stimulus bill features a number of items related to COVID-19 relief. A few key ones relate to the entertainment industry at large, which again, Cash, how does it just somehow magically go from COVID to this? I don't understand it. The most eye-catching is a bill proposed by Senator Tom Tillis, Republican, North Carolina, that would make it a felony for commercial enterprises to exclusively profit off of unlicensed work. The text of the bill clarifies that
it's original content. What do you mean unlicensed work? It's original content.
The text of the bill clarifies that the company in question must serve no other commercial purpose besides the illegal streaming of copyright material. The penalty could see violators face up to 10 years in prison. As the Hollywood Reporter notes, the provision has not been widely viewed as the spending bill will be voted on later today. So if they passed the bill, Cash, today, which I don't know if they did or didn't, I guess maybe the audience might know already, but I'll look that up too. From the sounds of it,
see, they kept that one out of my feed. I never saw that.
Yeah, so it says 15 minutes ago. Oh, it's live. They're voting. Oh, it's a live update right now, happening live. Is that what's going on? I don't know. Oh. Congress to vote on new COVID deal. Live updates 15 minutes ago. But I got Nancy Pelosi in my ear. Sorry, I'm getting a migraine. It's expected. It says live. CNN Congress to vote new deal on stimulus deal. You know what the best place to go is, and I hate saying this. Congress. What is it? The Senate live stream. Oh man. All right. Well, I'll look up Russia, and I'm gonna get this floor webcast. Oh, it's yeah. It should be live right now. Is it still live? Yep, they're still live. Here it is. They're still that monkey, those Congress, that Congress of monkeys in there. Like literally, the picture that we put up is this. This is it right here.
Does that guy at the table have a mask on? The guy at the table in the black.
Yes, they all have masks on. They all have masks on.
Blue suit. Does he have a mask on? No, I'm looking. I'm looking. There's going to be one. Watch. Somebody won't have their mask on. What about old?
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, I want to pick on them. Oh, there's Tammy Duckworth. There's Tammy Duckworth.
Go figure, man. Huh?
She's one of my faves.
Hey, they're voting right now.
One of my faves. Everybody, look, she's off limits for criticism because she's a woman and she's handicapped and she got shot down. Right? Like she's completely off limits to criticism because she's a disabled veteran that was shot down in a helicopter, and I don't take any of this away from her at all. I don't care. Okay, don't care. I don't care about those accomplishments. I care that you're working to pass and you're passing legislation and promoting legislation that's unconstitutional and is state overreach. So now you're violating your oath every single day. As somebody who still purports to swear to support an defendant, and I'm going to call you out on it. As a veteran, I'm calling you out. Same with Tom Cotton. I'm calling out Tom Cotton. Okay? These are from the ruling class. Look where these people go to school, right? Look what where they come from and their backgrounds. They're groomed for this shit. They're fucking groomed for it.
This is just a reminder again, live.
I'm going to say the really unpopular shit nobody wants to fucking say out loud on air.
This is a live view of the Senate floor voting on the COVID relief
So
bill
we're watching the
that
Senate
will
floor live
literally
right now.
make it
Oh,
illegal to do exactly what 90% of YouTube streamers do, and that is stream. Well, again, the thing is that okay. Well, actually, Cash. To be honest, I don't think it's going to make what
they
you're
want
doing.
to cut off
If
the independent
you're
media. This is a threat to independent media.
no, this is
Look, this is tyranny, folks. Look at it. Sorry. Come on.
This is them saying if your channel just only broadcasts copywritten material, and you're just restreaming it for profit, they're going to make that illegal. But what you're doing is not what they're talking about.
You can't restream. Is that what I didn't read anything about restreaming.
No, it's you just like, for example,
what I read was, we'll bring it back up, and this is the part of dialogue and debate. Look at these people. This is the pit of vipers right here. Leeches of society. That's who these people are. These assholes could pass term limits in a fucking hour and refuse to do it. They refuse. It is not because they can't. It's not because of incompetency. It's a willful choice to not meet the needs and the desires of the American people, right? It is a metaphysical fuck you with two gigantic middle fingers to say, you're the working class. We don't give a shit what you want. We're the ruling class. And we're going to sit up here and lord over you and laugh in your face that, yeah, we could pass legislation to limit terms. But we're not going to do it because fuck you, the American people. And we don't call them out on it. We don't open them up. We let the left do it, right? They're elected officials. It's a big George Carlin, man. We need to listen to some George Carlin. That guy knew what he was talking about. That guy knew what he was talking about because he got to a point in stage in his life, he saw enough bullshit where he was like, he started calling it for what it was. God rest his soul. Are you taking me down the Russian hack news story?
I'm just saying that if you want to go to Russia, I'll give you the mainstream narrative, and you can dissect it from there.
All right. So things are unfolding in this country, and I think that we would be wise to pay attention to what's happening. Working men and women out there, look, I'm going to talk for a long time. Feel free to put it just on the audio on and set me in the background and listen, because that's predominantly what this show is. It's a listen first, watch second. Sometimes we'll be carrying on and doing antics, and you might miss them, but you can go back and watch that. I would prefer that you just tune in and you listen with that beautiful brain in between those big Bambi ears you got while we talk about some of these things that are happening. Bring that back up, CJ. We're going to talk about what's happening with Russia. What we know and don't know about the suspected Russian hack by Dan Patterson. Well, I don't know anything. I've been extremely busy, so officials are deeply concerned about a massive and ongoing cyber attack targeting large companies and U.S. agencies, including the Treasury and Commerce Department. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency called the attack a grave risk to national security. No shit. Cybersecurity experts believe that in March, a well-organized group of hackers exploited a loophole It was probably 14-year-old kids from out of Beijing. And products developed by SolarWinds, an IT firm that provides technology software for government agencies and hundreds of large companies. That's your personal information all sitting in some Chinese cloud right now, including Microsoft, which helped investigate and report the attack. By hacking SolarWinds of dozens of companies and agencies that use the company's software, including Department of Treasury, Commerce and Energy, as well as the Los Alamos National Laboratory, which oversees nuclear weapons. Isn't that fucking perfect? Isn't that fucking perfect? Just throw that down in there. Los Alamos oversees nuclear armament. Perfect. Agency overseeing U.S. nuclear weapons targeted in suspected Russian cyber attack. Can we play that? Can we play that clip up there? Let me hear this guy talk for a second so I can drink some coffee. I want to hear what some of the media has to say.
Well, as always, put your big boy pants on here real quick as you're listening. This hack here that they've saved. I just lost my link spot. This hack they say that's going on though, Cash. Is it one that they said they've actually gained like sufficient access to it, or is it just like a temporary? Because this clip ain't playing, so
I have no idea.
I don't know. Like I know that there was a few of my weirder Facebook friends that were saying I can still hear you. There's still some of my weirder Facebook friends were saying that it was there. But yeah,
Jesus, it's not
gonna I'm hearing now. I'm hearing weird stuff.
Bitch.
This is already being great. So yeah, I hear. It's weird.
My microphone was backwards the whole time, so you might have to play with a sound mixer. You might have to fix some stuff. My bad. That's why I'm supposed to have a tech guy in studio, so I don't have to mess with this shit. So look, part of something I'm exploring and doing. You guys may have seen some of my TikTok videos. What am I doing with TikTok? Well, a couple of you criticized me, and I asked you to, hey, check out some videos for me. So you gave me some constructive feedback, and I very much appreciate that. But here's my line of thinking: is that we're wanting people to come to us on our terms, right? We're wanting them to come to us and be receptive of what we're saying on our terms. And we're not willing to maybe put ourselves in the position and reconsider that we didn't know how bad government and some of this shit was until we got involved in it, right? I think that's pretty fair to say for a lot of us. I can't definitively make the position that it's everyone, but I would venture to say there's a large number of us that feel that way. So I'm venturing into TikTok. I'm developing some videos, and those videos are for the purposes of course, furthering our reach about this message, recruiting new people, new members, and spiking conversation. And to do some of that, I'm going to use, let's say I'm going to work on my acting skills. I have to use some drama. I got to use some drama. And you know what? I want to explore a more creative side of myself. I've really fit the mold more so of, I don't know, I guess, dumb athlete. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't think I'm dumb, though. But more kind of like a jock. I like sports. So, huh?
You got 2 minutes. Here's the Russian story for you.
Oh, we got it. Okay. I thought you were still working on it. I was giving some fill space there. Well, I can't hear it. What are they saying?
You can't hear that? You can't hear that?
Nope. Nada. Which other people might not be able to either. Maybe that's why they're dropping offline.
Man, I don't know what to tell you, Cash. We're just having weird stuff, man.
I'm telling you, it's these guys over here. I'm telling you. This
I mean,
fucking thing that they've got sitting
are,
over here. Come to my house, I'll show you.
This
Come
is
to my
why
house, I'll
I
show
told you we should be doing the show through my internet, my StreamYard, so they're not fucking with your stuff. Just so we're clear.
Just so we're clear. Well, I didn't say that we couldn't.
Well,
But we're probably still going to have the same issues, right? With me.
no, not as many. Because you're trying. Here's what the problem is, Cash. Your stream, you only need 5 megabytes of internet speed to use StreamYard and have your video be clear per second upload speed. When Cash is when you're restreaming out to 8 platforms and you're the one that's doing it through StreamYard, yeah, you're gonna run a little slower. So yeah, your internet bandwidth is being taken up by not only you outputting the stream, but you're inputting your stream to it as well.
Oh. Well, maybe I should just limit it to, I don't know, just my Facebook page and YouTube. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. No, your stream's fine. You just need stronger internet.
Those two.
No, you just need stronger internet.
Okay. Well, whenever I get elected here, I'll get internet ran over here. I'll use some Republican dollars and get it ran over here. You got reported from Facebook from my podcast. See, and this is I'm telling you, they chop me at the knees. They do. They know that they do it. They probably had to pay somebody from out of the country to do it. But what's really sad is it doesn't matter where the person's at. Okay, if they understand what I'm saying, and they go, you know what, we're gonna limit this guy's reach. We're gonna limit this guy's speech. They'll throttle those. You don't think they won't throttle that shit? Oh yes, they will. Yes, they will. They will promote the hell out of, and you've seen on here where like it'll take forever to get a pedophile page taken down, right? Some mambla shit. It'll take forever to get it taken down. Shoot, I say something cross, about Democrats, they hammer me. Well, good. I'm glad that somebody gave me a positive report. Fuck, it's like nobody ever gives me a positive report at all. It's just, Cash, you suck. Your internet suck. No. Steve said it, thank you. Audio and video are okay and only buffered briefly. And he's in the 870. I like them apples. He's in the 870.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Lima Charlie.
Okay.
Lima Charlie.
Mm-hmm. Loud and clear.
Hey, maybe the feds are helping me broadcast. Maybe I've got my own intelligence drone over there, boosting my signal all the way to freaking Beijing.
Wouldn't it be cool?
Hear the fucking message of liberty and freedom. Yeah. So I can tell those people over there how not to put up with their government shit, because somebody needs to tell them.
Thank you, Brad, for giving him the honest answer, not just giving him a bunch of bullshit.
You're fired, Brad. You're fired, buddy. I thought you had my back.
No, you can't lie to me, Cash. You can't lie to the audience. There's a delay.
Who needs a buddy when you got blue falcons flying around?
Brandon, the Marine Corps is the men's department of the Navy. I believe joining the Navy side of the Navy, they require you to remove your testicles and give it to the nearest soldier or airman because they need balls too.
No, I like that. That's it's very kind of you to extend the generosity of your braveness that you're going to be the next one to don your service dress uniform and invert a flag and go to the White House. I'm looking forward to seeing this, CJ. I'm glad to know that Marines got the biggest balls out there.
You know what's funny, Cash?
I'm looking forward to this shit.
When a sailor does it, it makes local news stories.
Wiggle out.
when a Marine does it, they just get a
Yeah, okay, fair.
their
Fair.
house.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so you're scared of some combat. I see. Okay.
No,
All right.
I'm scared of being assassinated, not combat. Assassinated.
I'm
Difference.
not. I'm not. Fuck it.
Of course you're
You know
not.
what? Whack me. You know what? Fuck it.
Of course
What?
you're not.
It's not like I don't have a life to lose as well. I've got a life to lose as well. Come on. I might be a middle-aged white dude, but you know what? I just. Oh yeah, I am super blurry. That sucks.
Blurriest. Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
bad internet, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You're right,
And your
man. I
5
wouldn't tune
second
into
delay.
this shit either.
Your
But
5
that's good. You know what? I'm pretty happy to know that there's still 20 people on here with such a shitty feed. I mean, that's pretty impressive if you think about it. There's still 20 people on here.
Yeah, more
I
power.
would shut myself off probably. So the rest of you probably have deeper psychological issues than I have, or you're stalkers.
Abernathy is a bit
You've got deep-seated psychological stalker issues.
bandwidth.
You're eating up the bandwidth, CJ. I told you to shut your mouth, Marine. Oh, that's funny. He's just joshing you, man. Don't take it personal.
The
I see
delay
you getting
is so
sensitive
bad,
over there.
it's almost like
Like somebody
watching
fucking stole your Tonka
on
truck.
the View. We are almost as bad as the View, and we're only on episode 7. Perfect. Oh,
Perfect.
man.
Hey, and they're making like bank, right? They're making millions of dollars, right? The View, don't they? And that Whoopi Goldberg and crew. Do you believe that some of these people have gotten to such a point in their life that I don't know, man? I listen to some of these people talk. I'm like, what planet do you live on?
Oh,
Come down here to Podunk, Arkansas, and actually talk to some of these people and how they live. And how these people live and the shit that they think is okay to push in the society it's not. It's more bullshit on the working class. It's more to disincentivize people from wanting to produce for themselves. When government's going to take more of it and give it to somebody else, you're not going to want to fucking work as hard. You're just not. If government's going to take more of your shit under threat of force while you work harder, you ever really think about that? How much they tax overtime? What? No, the tax rate should drop. You're fucking tired. It's overtime. You're tired. You're breaking your body down. Right? You're taking more time from your family. Taxes, if you work overtime, it shouldn't go up. Am I wrong on thinking this? It should go down. That's more of your time away from your family. It's more memories you didn't make. It's more time you weren't there to help out your wife or spend time with your kids or work on your own projects or side hustles, trying to get more money going from somewhere else. But no, if the working man does more overtime, he's punished for it. It's a disincentive. They take more from you. And it's like, I saw how much they took from me working offshore. I'm like, what the shit? Why are we running a suicide hotline right now? Am I that fucking bad?
Sorry. I just had
that's for? Is that what that's for? You're a dick, dude. Hey, as veterans, man, we can do this. That's pretty bad,
I thought, what better time to add the suicide hotline?
This guy just ran the suicide hotline on me. We're both veterans, and you know what? It's no secret that I've had to get treated for depression. So
just
if
saying,
I can't laugh at it,
in getting help.
Now, by this juncture,
No, there's no shame.
There's no shame in getting help. Get help, right? Get fucking help.
Yes, I just suicided bannered you. I got compared to The View. When the comment section's like, this is almost as bad as The View.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of up there though. If it's almost as bad, that means it's also almost as good. And they get
Listen,
lots of blue chip
hopefully we
money,
can
so, I mean,
almost make as much money as they do. Yeah. Maybe we
right.
should
If I
start
can
the
almost make as
Veterans
much money
View.
as they do.
Oh, that sounds like a good morning
Look,
podcast,
here's
like
something
the
that
Veterans View.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm
Yeah.
going to do? So once we open up this first studio, whenever we open up this first studio, oh shoot, hey James, will you grab me there's a charger in there, the white Apple cord.
Oh, we got an in-studio guest, and we didn't even bring them on. We're just excellent hosts. Hey, Cash, you were talking about TikTok. How do people find you on TikTok? If they were like to say go to TikTok.com
War is
and they
hell.
want to hear
War is hell.
But
Well,
literally,
play a couple.
how do you find you on this stupid website? I can't find a search bar or nothing.
Is there a search?
No.
Really? I don't know. I mean, I just joined it. I just joined it recently. I don't.
No idea, man. My phone's going off too.
Yeah, I like that ringtone though. See, you know what? And I'm not even mad about it. Like some other show host would get super pissed at you for your phone going, and I don't care. 8-ish. We're working men, right? We're talking about working man issues from a working man perspective with working man language. That's why this is not a show for kids. Okay, we do talk about some. We don't get like pornographic or anything. I don't want people to think that, but we do get kind of visceral when we start talk about issues that are passionate to us, and we reinforce it with what we read. Right, what's in front of us, what's in black and white. It makes us get very passionate about it because we care about the issue, and we're placing the emphasis on the issue. And sometimes I'm going to use some salty language to do that, or CJ might. Get over it. Get over it. Your kids should be in bed, right? And don't act like you don't ask your old man or your old lady to talk to you like that in the sheets anyway, because you know that you do. So don't even be mad at me about it, right? As soon as CJ pulls up some of my, you want me to do it? I'll do it. Here, let me do it. I can do some of this production shit. I'm not completely stupid. Hold on a second. Watch out. Watch out while a middle-class man swoops in. I don't know what CJ's doing back there. I don't need to save this, so I don't have to keep doing this. I like those really well-organized people that can just, organize all of their websites, their whole Rolodex. They're people with like Rolodexes that are good at keeping and managing those. That's the type of person I need assisting me. That personality. Boom. All right. I'm doing some screen sharing shit. Well, here we go. I can't.
Sorry,
play
man.
because of the damn.
Sorry, man. My brother called, and I was trying to help him get to finding where the podcast is at on YouTube. Where's Hell Podcast, Chad? And apparently, I'm on the thumbnail, so that's cool. But yeah, okay. So real quick, don't do my job for me. Just why doesn't TikTok have?
Oh, I don't know. Ask TikTok. I don't freaking know. Why do there's a big question mark on there. I bet you that's a search thing. You see that? There's a question mark above a red arrow. Well, on my laptop, it's to the right of my. Oh.
I don't use TikTok, Cash. This is for 13-year-old girls and boys.
Nope, it's not, dude. It's not. It's just another platform. Look, we have to adapt to what comes before us. Look, we can't stay anchored in the past, right? Facebook is the past. It's moving to the past. There's other avenues to do what we need to do, and one of those ways is going to be winning over these other demographics, right? We have to get outside of the echo chamber. You need a guest bitch to show up and say nothing good. What?
Cash, you're on a different trip, and your internet's now lagging on me.
You never know what you're going to hear and or see. Okay, I want you to know. I can look out my window here. As a matter of fact, I might shoot a deer out my office window on air one morning, right? Like that might happen because I got deer to come through here, and I still got, I think, 3 tags to fill. And if I can do a morning broadcast and kill dinner in the same fucking office while drinking a cup of coffee, I'm going to do it because it beats sitting up in that damn deer stand freezing my ass off. So you don't know what you're going to get here. We want people to come to the show. We want you to join us and help us grow with new ideas. And we're really looking forward to going into the first studio. So I had my second meeting with the landowner, the property owner. And now I've got 5 potential investors coming into town to take a look at the property. And you know, let me pitch my idea. Let them see it for themselves. I think when people see it for themselves, they're going to go, oh, okay, I see the vision here. I got it. I see where Cash is going with this. And we're going to have a 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week network that you can tune into called the Veteran Liberty Network. And they're going to be different shows, different personalities, different characters. There's going to be different styles. So here we go. I want you guys to give me some feedback, okay? Think of some positive shit too. We've got a bad habit of, hey, I want some constructive feedback or some constructive criticism, and all I get is, this shit's stupid, or the song sucks, or give me some constructive shit, something that I can use, right? I'm looking to appeal to other audiences, while also growing my own self as a person and like who I am and what I'm willing to kind of branch out and do. And I actually enjoyed making these. I did. I got some enjoyment out of it. And some of them are a little fucking, the only one that was really serious is that bottom one. Like, this is the only one where I gave like an honest to God serious message. And yeah, we can play it. Hopefully people can hear it. I can't hear it. You guys let us know if you can hear the. Who says unmuting my? Y'all let me know if y'all can hear. I can't hear that video.
Out of my ears, I don't get why it's not working. That's weird, man.
No, I mean,
Let me try to restart. Let me see if this works now.
I cook my kids. Yeah, they said no sound.
No sound? How about, did you just hear that?
You know what? That was happening to me before. You know what? And so, I mean, we're still growing, and it's good because I think this was happening in other broadcasts, and we didn't know. And I think some people were just dropping offline because we didn't know, and we were watching videos, and they're looking at it, but they can't hear anything, and there's no, you know, I guess on those TikToks, we need to make sure we get the, you know, so the words are.
Well, Cash, we've been on for an hour trying to do something with this production. Do you want to try to do callers and see if anybody wants to call in and have something to say tonight?
Yeah. I'll tell you what. We'll take a couple callers tonight. The later half of the broadcast, we won't take callers, but yeah, I wouldn't mind some people calling in. Maybe my friend Amber. She's up north, wonderful supporter. She's been a great friend of mine and Mama Jackson's and Marina's. Hold on one second. Yeah, we need to. Oh yeah, my brother made a good point. We need to get those guys from the UK again and find out about. Look, no, we gotta get my friend Claire. We gotta get her on.
How about we just go like,
Ireland,
hey man, we can get all the people we want for sure.
What's going on in the
that
UK?
link. Yeah, well, one thing at a time. But hey, if you're watching, you can just use this link here and copy that into your browser and join. It's the best way to do it. And hopefully, if you're using a phone, you can wear some headphones, please. So, Cash,
Yes,
without
put in your
audio,
damn
I don't
headphones.
know. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Well, we got
So
to figure this out. So let's figure it out on air. Let's solve a problem. Maybe some of our supporters can help us solve this problem. With StreamYard, we're learning to use the platform, and in our defense,
no,
we are both
no, I've
disabled
been
vets.
using it for
We both
9
use
months. I
cannabis.
know how to use StreamYard. That's an insult to my profession. Thank you, sir.
I'm just saying that there might be a fix out there that you haven't discovered. I'm not saying that you're dumb. Don't be
I never
prideful.
said
I'm
you said
saying
I
that
was
somebody
dumb.
else
Don't
out there
put words
might
in
be
my
smarter.
mouth. What are you?
Somebody might be smarter than you, CJ. Maybe. You're a smart guy. You're a really smart guy who's producing for Cash Jackson's podcast.
Right.
I
And
don't know if that
who
makes me
wants
smarter
you
or
to have
not.
better internet and an actual studio set up with right proper equipment? Better internet is the
Right.
priority.
It's going to be awesome, dude. I can't wait.
I can't wait to talk to you without a delay. That would be better.
It is a priority.
My brother's
I can't
watching
wait.
right now, probably going, "This shit show's never going to get over a
Right.
million views." And to that, brother, I will say I have produced a podcast that has already been over the million view mark. Million views is nothing in a year for us. So yeah. Especially Cash, you're gonna have
He
by
said
the
we
time
can't
we
click
get
the
the
link.
studio done. And now we can't click the link. Well, you can't click it on your screen.
Well, yeah,
like, listen,
Brandon,
if you're
I don't
trying
think
to,
you can click.
if you're trying to click the link
You have
on
to
your
copy
actual,
it into your browser.
oh man, that just made my
You
whole
have to
night. No
copy
matter
and
what,
paste that.
that just made my whole night for the rest of the
You got to
night.
copy
I'm
and
just gonna
paste it,
remember.
folks.
Just gonna remember that somebody thought they could push.
Now I want you to think of something. If you got the Marine, and making fun of you for your intelligence, it's not good for you. It's not good for you. I'm just saying. Like you've
You know
hit
what?
a whole new level when you've got a Marine insulting your intelligence, because we do know that Marine stands for muscles are required, intelligence not essential. And the S is for they're not essential services, right? So they don't ask you for your intelligence, which is why you do what you're told. Marine, charge that button.
I am so glad I am out.
Aye, aye, sir.
I don't think I have ever been more glad in my entire life to not be in the Marine Corps than I am right at this moment right now.
We're not in, some people are getting pissed right now. We're getting under some feathers right now. We are not insulting the military community.
Tell us about it.
We want to be clear on that. We are not insulting. Yeah, we are not insulting our brothers and sisters in arms.
Wait a minute. Are you saying we have to regale them?
Class we have to what?
Regale them. We have to. Oh man, it's so awesome! You're the Navy, so awesome. You guys are just the best. I love seamen. Oh God, I can't believe I just.
Grow up.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
No, not at all. You don't have to. Okay, look, the average vet, we come from the working class. We come from humble people, right? And so for many veterans, it's uncomfortable to be thanked for your service because many of them don't know how to communicate back their thanks, right? Don't tell me it doesn't make you feel good when somebody says thank you for something that you do for your country or you try to do, or or they believe that you're doing in your fullest capacity and they just want to wish you well and thank you. A lot of veterans, there's some sensitive bastards about that shit, and we shouldn't be. Take gracefully accept the thank you and move on, and give yourself some credit. Take thanks for what you do. It's okay to be thanked for what you do. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know why we disincentivize that. You can be humble and graciously accept. I think you have to be humble more so to graciously accept somebody's thanks and gratitude and appreciation. And it's hard for prideful people to do, and men especially, men veterans, right? We're some prideful bastards.
I'm not. Why would I be proud that I served a criminal war racketeering, like genocidal government? Like, why would I be so proud of that?
Just stop. Right, look.
Casey is trying to call in.
We all take the golden pill, okay, at different times. Different factors and influences. We don't go off joining the military or working for the State Department or any other level of government on any level. Going in there, nobody really goes in there with the purpose, I don't believe, of that they're there for not good reasons. You had good reasons.
Right, because nobody has
you
ever.
You go for the fucking working class. You do. You have good reason to. There's not a ton of options. I wasn't going to college. I damn sure did want to wind up framing and roofing and baling hay for the rest of my life. That's what my family did. I watched how hard those struggles were. I lived those struggles with them. I saw them lose everything with no medical coverage. I lived through all that shit. I saw it. And I'm like, I
find it hilarious that we.
I'm like, I don't want my life to be that hard.
I find it hilarious that we are.
I did
talking through an echo. Sorry, Cash. I'm gonna just let this thought go out here. So yes, I'm trying.
You didn't.
I'm trying to talk through the echo and the delay. Yeah, it's been getting real great. So, but yeah, maybe we'll try a call with Mike, see if it's with him. I see Mike G in the back. Casey, I don't know if Casey's just calling in. Maybe she can use excuse me, didn't mean to assume your gender in 2020. Maybe they can figure out what's going on with that or use a private chat. Let me know if they want to call in. Only real quick, as far as what I don't know what to do with my hands, I know I can push this button, Jay. And I know that this Jeffrey Toobin you speak of is the New Yorker that was suspended for masturbating on Zoom. So it really bothers me that I have to wait to find an internet point to tell you that I already knew the story, Jay. All right, Jay. Where did
that come from? What?
Your comment section. His brain noodle. Ask Jay.
Oh, my. Really? Okay. I didn't see that one coming. That was out of left field.
Yeah, me too.
Let me check this cam mic thing.
I would say not audio, for children.
Maybe I can fix this. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Still hot. What?
Try that. Did that work any better?
Holy fucking shit, man!
Is this better?
Holy shit!
Oh, echo. Did I fix it?
No, you just made yourself like blow my eardrums. Thank you.
Really?
Turn this shit down real quick.
He said that blew his eardrum.
God damn it.
What you're watching, this is only the birthing stages of something amazing.
Just for the record,
that's what everybody here knows.
Like, the Man was a lot worse than episode 150 that we did. So yeah, we're in the infant stages. You're watching what we're birthing. Technically, you're seeing what's in the womb. And when we get the keys to the castle there for the headquarters, I'm going to be going to Arkansas for the first time in my life, and I'm going to help you out the best I can while I'm there, and hope other people will show up too. And who knows what's going to come out of this when you get a studio space and a actual dedicated internet line with no delay for you and your guests. Speaking of guests, and because I know there's a delay, ladies and gentlemen,
it's going to be amazing.
Again, let's get him on stage here, and good to see him
hold on a second.
24 years, New York Police Department.
Yeah.
And so he's your first guest today.
Who's Casey? I want to get Casey on here.
On the
There's
job.
Mike. Oh, my bad, Mike. I wasn't telling you I don't want you on, but I don't know who this Casey character is. I want
to. Matter to me. I'm looking for answers.
What's going, man? Yeah, what do you got, Mike?
Tell me what
you're here, man. What do you got?
I need help.
For what?
Child support,
What do you need help with?
parental alienation. What's?
I can't give you legal advice.
Yes, you can. I'll take it. I'll accept it.
I'm joking. I'm being facetious.
I'll take it.
I think that's it. I think that's the appropriate term for the educated.
I was reading this bill from Tom Cotton.
Oh shit! No, you did not get on Tom Cotton. We might draw some blood.
Yeah, he's.
Oh,
he's
you got the
talking about-
bill. Oh
He's talking-
man, you printed it out.
Yeah, I printed it out.
Mandatory work program reimbursement. Title for more funding. Increasing Title IV funding. That's what that is.
Well, he's talking about gulag, my friend. He wants to put you in the gulag, and he wants to make you work at his terms. And
In
you will not
gulag.
come out until you're paid. You will not come out of gulag
Who
until you're
wants-
paid, then that's it, comrade.
I love it, dude. Hey, I got a new fucking character for the cast. All right, I like
What's that?
that, man. I like that
Thank
Russian
you very
character.
much.
See, I like bringing. I like people presenting different personalities like that. I've never seen that out of you, Mike, and I appreciate you sharing that with me in the world.
I tell you very much, I'll take you on cab ride in New York City. I'll take you downtown. We will go places.
I love
We
it,
will
man.
go places. I got
Hey, Josh,
stories
we got to get
that-
Josh Yanos. Get Josh Yanoff on the line too.
I got stories that'll knock you socks
We're gonna
off.
do this up nice, man. I bet you do. Hey, Mike, I'm dead serious on this though. I want to play a video. Can I play a video? Would you
Go
give
ahead.
me some positive? Or I take that back. You don't have to give me positive feedback. Will you give me some feedback? And I would like for some positive shit to be in there because everybody wants to just shit on me for some reason. Like I don't have enough self-esteem issues
What kind of a video is it? Is it pornographic?
on what I'm trying to. No, they're provocative though.
Okay.
Hold on. They're
What's
provocative.
TikTok? What's
Okay,
TikTok?
I'm going to do screen sharing. Casey, I see you in the back studio. You'll see. Okay, so TikTok's basically like a 15 to 60 second. Let me back up. The program is geared and intended towards people getting involved with like they'll use music clips, like 15 to 60 second music clips from all genres of everything. It's unending. Of course, it's the internet. And people make all kinds of crazy videos. It's more associated or mostly associated with people making some sort of silly like dance video with music into it. But it's actually so much more than that. I would invite people to go over and take a look for themselves. I'm not saying to subscribe, but I'm combating communism anyway. And if the Chinese are using TikTok to infiltrate the American people, well, as a veteran, well, you know what I mean? That's the battleground. And I need to go to the battleground and battle communism, socialism, Marxism, fascism, all of those crazy isms that violate natural liberties. And TikTok's one of those platforms where they're reaching the younger demographic. And I'm going to meet American citizens on their terms where they're at. And our kids are being very much influenced by a lot of these more socialist ideas that the left is pushing. And if the right were pushing some sort of crazy fascism, I would combat them equally. But right now it is socialist, Marxist, communist.
I disagree with
individuals.
you, and I can't just
So
let you do that.
This is something I'm developing.
I can't just let you do that, Cash. You can't sit there and say the right isn't pushing bullshit.
Okay.
That's just straight up bullshit. It's Tom Cotton who's pushing a slavery
I
bill.
did not
Cash.
say
Come on.
that.
Like, come on, man. Like, you're like, listen,
I
the left
did
is
not
pushing
say that.
socialist communism. It's like, but the right's
I did
pushing
not.
slavery. Come on, man.
They're all pushing slavery.
Hey, fucking man, Mike.
That was
Amen.
only Tom Cotton.
No,
okay, so number one, that was only Tom Cotton.
Oh, yeah?
All right, hold on. Tell me what you think. I want to know because this is a type of style that I'm going to incorporate. This is a type of style, and I'm trying to grow myself as a person, right? So look, this is some of my work. Oh
Let's see.
shit! Have I got the screen sharing going? Here we go. Hold on.
Hopefully yours works.
Hold on. I'm working on it. I'm producing. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah. I feel useless.
Because I have to sell myself to also my supporters, right? Because they ask me, Cash, why'd you do this?
You did. Look what happened.
Well, yeah. Shut up.
Oh, are they on
That's
Instagram
safe
too?
play.
Oh God, we're already got his already
come
slow
on.
internet that's already
play?
lagging him behind, and he's gonna try to
it
stream
playing?
video to this. No, of course it's not gonna play. You don't have enough bandwidth.
I guess it's not going to work. It played
We're
the
just-
other night. It worked.
We're just not meant to see it, Cash.
Oh.
So again, if you're
It
following
worked
Cash
the other
on
night, I swear.
TikTok, I mean, again, if you're following Cash on TikTok, I mean, if you're a TikToker, you know, go check it out. Give him some positive feedback, or if you're really going to be negative, make
I
it,
need a
you know,
cord.
tactfully constructive. You know, like that's the best way to go.
Right. Feedback.
Oh man. Oh man. TikTok. Okay, what does it say? TikTok has all kinds of people just like me and you doing their thing. It's a tons of how to and music, you name it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, CJ, I had to get my headset. Casey, I see you there. You just audio only then, Casey, or you just your background? Casey, welcome to the broadcast.
Can't play that one.
Oh, you got it covered. Even more genius. Casey, welcome.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
He said he wanted you on. You're on.
Hello, Casey.
I was just coming on to give
All right.
Cash some trouble
Sure.
to make fun of him. I'm listening to you guys.
Hey, I know that guy.
How you doing?
This
guys
guy
hear?
will cause all kinds of trouble too. This guy should be a regular.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm good, man. How's your case in Wisconsin going?
Oh man, still waiting because after you guys did the request for media, the judge said she was shutting down all media
I'm gonna move around.
and not allowing you guys
Yeah.
to use
Got
cameras,
you.
microphones, and she threatened me with jail if I recorded a public hearing, even though it's already recorded. So the judge told us that on record that if we took photos or video during the hearing, we would go to jail. And I reminded her that it was a public hearing and Wisconsin state law allows it to be recorded. And she said her order still stands.
You might have to test that theory. That's
Yeah, I
what people
can.
gotta do. Might have to test it.
Yeah, I considered whenever we go back to just let her know I'm recording.
Of course it does.
Why tell
But
her? Why tell? Let the burden be on them. Let them find out.
Are you coming
What
on?
camera?
Are you coming on the 11th, Jackson? Cash.
He is obviously not.
Paying attention.
Yeah. Hey. So real quick, I was pulling up this, and I thought this was really hilarious. That I don't know anything about your case, but I do know that when you type in public hearing court, recording Wisconsin,
January, right? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, as long as we're not at as long as we're not fucking in, you know.
you can live like
As
the
long as-
court
yeah.
itself live streams the courts. So how are you getting in trouble?
Oh, it's just the judge. She's trying to hide everything that she does.
Well, I mean,
Keep-
this is
keep in mind-
Wisconsin.
Keep in mind, this is the same judge that found
Which
my
county? Which county?
Walworth.
Let me see what you got.
Walworth. What would that be? Branch 5? Oh, look, they broadcast it on YouTube.
No, Eau Claire, that's up north of us.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but they're I gotta find where it's at here alphabetically. Walworth. Wait, Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
I don't have a Walworth County in Wisconsin.
I wish you were right.
What's that?
Said I wish that were true.
Right. Okay. So, is it court hearings? Is it I mean, I'm going alphabetically here for.
You're on Supreme Court and Court of Appeals.
Oh, this is okay. Supreme Court, Court of Appeals. Okay. Well, how would I go to your? Oh, okay. Well, either way, there's there. So you're telling me they can do that one?
Oh, trust me. In our county, the district judge made an order that no cases would be heard in person unless it was a homicide. Guess whose case is heard in person?
It's a circuit court or is it a municipal court?
Casey's.
Yep.
Casey's. Anybody that knows Cash Jackson is getting fucked.
Well, Cash was the rookie with what was that judge? The douche judge in Walworth County, or not Walworth, Lake County.
Oh no, the other one.
What's his name?
Salvi.
Yeah, Salvi, who put me in jail for 6 months.
For what?
The same guy, CJ.
He tried to.
The same son of a bitch that put me in jail put Casey in jail.
I went before him and he lied on record. And I just stopped the hearing and I was like, look, I'm not going to allow you, for the record, I'm not going to allow you to lie. You're breaking your oath. You're breaking the Constitution. You're violating our civil rights. And I'm going to read to you on record what you're supposed to do. And I read it to him. As soon as I read it to him, he told me I need to stop talking. And I was like, no, I'm not going to stop talking. You're a fucking shitbag. You're breaking the Constitution. You're breaking your oath.
Shitbag? Did you say shitbag?
Oh yeah.
And, yeah.
And then the judge,
awesome.
the judge asked me what I said.
This guy.
The judge goes, "What'd you say?" And I was like, "Well, you're not just deaf and dumb, are you?" I was like, "I thought you were just dumb, not deaf." And he was like, "Say it again." And I was like, "You're a fucking shitbag." And he slammed his gavel down, cleared the courtroom, ordered the bailiffs to arrest me. So like 6 sheriffs rush in with guns out. They're all pointing firearms at me. And, I'm laughing. And the one sheriff, he's an older guy, probably 60. He's like shaking, pointing his gun at me. And I'm like, hey, man, you mind taking your finger off the trigger? I was like, I get it that you're afraid here, but I'm like the least of your worries. I'm not going to wrestle with you guys or anything.
And Casey, this is from April. How does this make you feel seeing this on the screen then?
Oh yeah, of course. For
public access to remote hearings during the coronavirus pandemic, Wisconsin courts turned to YouTube, which is just, it's insane to think that you would be in trouble for recording and publicly broadcasting something that is already being recorded and publicly broadcast.
Well, you got to keep in mind, this is the same judge that I represented myself during our trial, and my ex had an attorney. And the judge was giving nonverbal signals to the opposing counsel to object. And as soon as they'd object, she'd sustain their objections. So I went on record and said, Your Honor, I got to put it on record because you're breaking the law. And this is unethical that you're giving nonverbal cues to opposing counsel and then you sustain every single objection that you give the nonverbal cues on. And she got super red in her face. And she was like, I have a right as a judge to intervene when I think things should be objected to. And I'm like, no, you don't. You're a neutral party who's unbiased. You let this play out. I was like, I might have missed it. Are you representing the opposing counsel as, another attorney? And she's getting all pissed off. And I was like, so with that, I'm going to ask that you recuse yourself immediately. And she started screaming at me, saying how she's never been asked to be recused. She's the fairest judge there is anywhere. And she wouldn't step down, blah, blah, blah. Get to the end of the trial. She finds my ex as a chronic cocaine abuser, an alcoholic, and that she committed violent interspousal domestic battery. And then she ends the statement with, but I'm sure you probably deserved it. Yeah, on record, she said that.
That's why they don't want you recording.
Wow.
And
on record, she
that
says
I deserved the domestic violence. And
this is why they don't want you to record.
And in Wisconsin, there's a state law that if you're the victim of domestic battery, that you get full legal and physical custody. And she didn't give me full legal and physical custody. So it was quite entertaining how we got to where we
Yeah,
are.
surprise.
But it's the same thing. Every time we go to court, she screams at me and tells me she's going to remove me from the courtroom and carry on the case without me. And
Did
I,
you do
I,
6 months? Did you do 6 months?
oh no,
They act like lunatics. dude.
I was in jail in Lake County for less than 12 hours.
Yeah,
And there was
that's all they
there
do.
was
Is they scare you with, they think they're going to scare you.
no, that's not what happens. So I'm a retired Fed, and uh, someone went onto social media and posted what they did to me. So
This guy's a Fed.
all the sheriffs at the
He's
Lake
a Fed
County,
what?
all the sheriffs refused to protect the courthouse unless they released me from the jail because they were unconstitutionally holding me. So the judge had a private hearing. They pulled me out of my cell at 6 a.m. They perp walked me all the way down to the fucking courtroom in like ankle, waist, wrist
Salvi.
shackles, a fucking head bag on.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they like straight up perp walked me. I get in there. He clears the courtroom, everyone out. He even orders his secretary to leave the courtroom. So it's me, the judge, and the bailiff. And he pulls the bag off my head, and he tells me, he's like, you're here today because, I've made a mistake, and, do you think you should apologize to this court? And I was like, absolutely fucking not. I was like, but what I will tell you is that I'll apologize for the colorful language I used. It was probably inappropriate in a courtroom full of the public. However, the point I was getting to is that you violated my constitutional rights and you violated your oath of office. And for that, I do believe you're a shitbag. And
Thank you.
He just looked at me and was like,
Thank you.
He goes, well, Mr. Gray, that's your opinion, and you have a right to freedom of speech. And I was like, yeah, I do. And he goes, so I'm going to go ahead and expunge your charges. I'm going to release you. This will all be erased from the record. And I'm going to give you a chance to refile a motion for reconsideration because I've looked at the history on your case and you were right and I was wrong. And I was like, I was shocked. I mean, at least he admitted he was wrong. But keep in mind, this is all off record without anybody, no court recorder, just me and the bailiff. He had the bailiff take off the fucking cuffs off me right there in the courthouse.
Salvi.
So then Salvi
What year was that?
2015. Salvi tells them to walk me back, non-handcuffed, that I was no longer a prisoner, to walk me back to the sheriff's department without, detaining me. They walk me back in. So now in the court, they take me to my cell. I look like a fucking undercover Fed or something. And all the people in there are pissed because they're like walking me in. And one of the sheriffs comes over and he's like, hey, man, grab your stuff. And they took me into the sheriff's locker room, let me take a shower in there, put my suit back on. The sheriffs were super cool. They were like, man, fuck that guy. And I was like, hey, thanks, guys. I mean, they were beyond reproach on everything they did. They treated me very fairly. And when I was in there, no issues. But it was just the judge.
I know some of those guys, man. Some of those guys, I bet you some of the guys you dealt with were prior guys that I served with.
Well, a bunch of, I was in the Navy with some of those guys, and, they're good dudes. It's unfortunate they are, I wouldn't say shitty leadership. They're under shitty circumstances because they're having to work at the courthouse. And, I feel for them because you got someone holding it over their head, telling them you either do this or you're going to get punished and fired. And, those guys got fit.
They're working, man.
Families, they got to do, but,
well, they use, Casey, correct me if I'm wrong here, man. That's it.
Correct you if you're wrong on what?
Yeah, they use the working man and woman against the working man and woman. And I continue to say this as I begin to identify how we use our police. Jesus Christ, that's a long delay. That's a real long delay. The way that we use our police, so the police are the thin blue line, but they're the thin blue line as the blue collar whipping boys for the ruling class. They the police come into our lives and they're a part of our communities. They're from our high schools. They go to local colleges in our towns, and these are our working men and women who are taking on this job, and they want to take on a career they've got families that they want to support, and many of them come from a proud tradition of good police officers that are raised right, and they're good community police officers, and they don't abuse their authority or their discretion. And so these are just good working men and women that need to pay their own bills, but yet they use that against them to coerce them into, if you don't enforce these unconstitutional laws as a part of your job, well, you're not going to be able to continue policing like the rest of your family, or you're not going to be able to pay your bills, or you're not going to get your pension. They use that and they weaponize that knowledge against the working class, and that's how they get us to turn on one another. And we've got to begin saying, no, look, these are unconstitutional laws. Like we have an oath. Either get rid of the fucking oaths, just get rid of all of them. We don't have any oaths. And so that way people can just break the law with impunity, and we just, go on and recognize it and say, yeah, we accept it. Or we actually uphold these fucking oaths and we start defending the Constitution against domestic enemies.
Well, I would say that Lake County was a great example of the sheriffs holding their oath and upholding the Constitution, because they did just that. They told the judge that what he did violated my constitutional rights. He was wrong, and they wouldn't stand by and let it happen. And I was released subsequently because of what they did. So, it doesn't happen often, but it did happen.
Wow.
Were those officers in Lake County, were they sheriffs?
We have to.
They were all sheriffs.
What's the difference between a sheriff like you guys have in Lake County? Here in Suffolk County, New York, they're court officers. They're not sheriffs. Is there a difference?
In most states, what you have is the sheriff's department or the justice of the peace. So the justice of the peace, the constables and sheriff's offices are charged with small civil law, and usually your sheriffs are the ones that protect the courthouse and the courtrooms.
Right.
But you guys are different in New York. You have I understand how your system works, the officers of the court.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah. It should be. But I like the way that sheriffs, because constitutionally, the only officer that's legally authorized by the Constitution is the sheriff and his deputies. So if a sheriff is overseeing a courtroom, it gives him authority to maintain constitutionality of hearings, because a sheriff technically could step in and refuse to do things that they felt were unconstitutional, like what happened with me. I mean, it doesn't happen a lot. But
I think you're absolutely correct, and I think that should be a standard in every court. And it's like, not.
Can you imagine if a bailiff sitting there, the sheriff heard something, and the judge told him to act, and he just said no?
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, because it
should be. I mean, there should be some kind of balance there. I got to commend you, Casey. I never heard your story. I don't know you. I'm a retired New York City police officer. I've come close to.
Tell them what you did, Casey. You want to tell them?
What? What did he do? What did he do?
What he did in the government. You want to tell them? You don't have to tell them.
No, not right now.
He probably will.
Later.
DEA?
For legal purposes, I'd just say I wouldn't tell him that.
Listen, it doesn't matter.
Casey's one of the few good ones.
But what I commend him.
I want people to know. Casey's one of the few good ones.
What Casey did is what other fathers and mothers and should be doing in court, and should be asserting themselves that way. Because I had to do the same thing. I told a judge, I'm going to come after people, and it seems like when men and women stand up for themselves in court, pro se, whatever you want to call it, and I use pro per, they don't want to hear your voice on the record. They want nothing to do with you. They want to trample on your rights. And when you stand up and you say that you're standing on your rights, they get very intimidated. And we have to switch the fear factor. They should be fearful of us. I shouldn't be fearful of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they should have that fear of us.
Thank you.
And they don't.
We need to have more pro se guys, they need better manuals on what to say, when to say it, because every time I interrupt the judge and let her know that I'm making a comment for the record for appeals purposes, I note stuff that's not on camera, like her illegal actions. I ask for bill of records when she refuses to accept evidence and suppresses it, because what they'll do is they'll go back and use everything that you attach to the case. They won't let you enter it into evidence, the attachments they don't want on record. That way they can rule against you. And just for instance, the last hearing we had, the judge tried to interject in and started asking questions while the mother was testifying. And I told the judge she needed to stop. I was like, look, you're a neutral third party that just needs to observe. You don't need to be giving legal counsel or asking questions to the mother during her testimony to boost what she's stating so that you can use that in your judgment. And the judge goes, I can do whatever I want to get what I want on record. And I'm like, no, you can't. You cannot do that. You must stop. And I'm noting it.
She can.
I'm noting it for the appeals court, because I'm going to appeal whatever you rule. And I want them to know for record what you're doing here today. And it's great. Keep explaining it on record what you're doing so that they have more evidence against you. And then she'll be quiet and not ask. But she was trying to get into like the 13 pillars of child custody in Wisconsin and what the mother was doing, how I'm trying to help her build her case. And I stopped her. I was like, no, you have to stop doing this. You're not her lawyer. You cannot do things like this. And, this is when she's threatened to kick me out of the courtroom and continue the hearing without me. And I was like, yeah, that's going to look real great when I appeal this, that you removed me from a courtroom and continued a hearing. You can't do that. You know that. And then she threatens me with, I'm going to give you 3 counts. And if you get 3 counts, you're going to jail for contempt. And I'm like, well, you want to put me in jail now? Let's just start in jail. That way we can get an appeals court to remove you from the case. And then she'll stop and back down for a little while. And, when we had our trial, I had 30 federal officers in court. I had CIA officers, federal marshals, DEA agents, ATF agents, a senior U.S. Marshal who actually in the courtroom had to stop the hearing to warn the judge that she was violating federal law. So it's been wild, but I think it's good to what Cash is doing is to publicize
Casey,
some of this
can
stuff.
You tell us why the Yeah, can you tell us why the in your opinion, professional opinion, can you identify anything that says why the feds should not be involved in breaking up these courts and what they're doing, right? Just in observing your own case and given your background, it clearly illustrates between you, me, Mike here, who's 24-year NYPD, CJ up there, who's an honorably discharged Marine. Why aren't the feds getting involved on this? I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with these people in some higher offices, and still nothing. In fact, we got the feds, Tom Cotton pushing bills for mandatory work programs for fathers.
Well, I mean, honestly, it has nothing to really do with the Fed, because this is a civil state court action, and the federal government can't intercede into state action. You need to break it down to, federal and states' rights, and states do need to maintain their own rights, but this is where the people need to be involved, because if the states are in on this and it's a RICO type system where they're meeting together with like the guardian ad litems, the counselors, the therapists, and they're just boosting to get each other more money by recommending, oh, well, you need a guardian ad litem. Well, now you need a therapist, drag it out for 10 years. And then you end up paying, for me, I paid over $500,000 to lawyers, attorneys, therapists over the last 12 years fighting for my kids. And, it's been insane what I witnessed, but what it is these are violations of your civil and your constitutional rights by state authorities, which is why the Fed can intercede. And they need to intercede, because these are violations of your constitutional rights and your civil rights. But this is where it gets interesting, because you have this experience, Cash, where you took it to the federal court and they basically just blew you off and said you had no standing and pushed it back to the state court. So it turns into this racketeering system where they're protected. And then when you complain about a judge or a lawyer, where does it go? It goes to a state bar with other lawyers in the bar. So it's this system of no outside monitoring where they get to violate the rights internally, and then they all work together to protect each other. So here's a for instance for you. And we were in court last time. I called the judge a liar on record. I was like, look, you are a liar. You know what the facts are. You're misstating the facts. That is a lie. You need to stop doing that. And you swore an oath to not do these type of things, and you're doing them. And she stopped me and said that I can't. She was warning me not to call the court a liar, the judge. And I was like, well, what would you prefer? Is there another combinations of words like dishonest, public servants? I mean, like
manipulator of truth.
I was like, it's gotten so bad in your courtroom that I can't even state facts without getting in trouble because facts are offensive to this court. So now you're asking me to call facts something other than they are. The fact is, you are dishonest, you're untruthful, and most people would call that, I mean, synonymous with being a liar. Isn't that correct? So if you would like me to call you something else, please give me a list of things to call you, Judge. And she was like, well, you can say that you disagree with my wording on things. And I'm like, oh, I don't disagree. I've proven that you lied.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just want to get around the fact
you're a liar.
Liar. I was like, you just don't like that word, or what is it? I mean, I could think of many other words that are much more offensive, but I thought liar was pretty decent for you. And dude, she was pissed. But I mean, this is them trying to protect the record from you putting facts on there by them threatening you and saying these things. And I get it. I mean,
Can I play y'all a record? Can I play y'all something?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Let me play y'all something. I'm so glad, Casey, that you brought that up. Right. I'm incredibly pleased that, and it's just coincidence you brought it up, because there's some audio rather that I want to play on video. I want you guys to hear what you're talking about in the federalism issue here, and this being a 10th Amendment issue. And as I've been arguing, this is not, in fact, a states' rights issue, right? This is a 9th Amendment issue. This is a constitutional issue. It gives it, the federal government, the authority to intervene on our behalf. And here's why. The protection for the bar has been what's known as the younger abstention doctrine, or this is one piece of it, rather. It's not all of it, but the younger abstention doctrine, it's what's been utilized to prevent litigants in domestic relations cases from going into federal court because it's been getting argued improperly. Now, I want you to hear something here. My attorney, Ted Bush, is blazing new territory, new ground in the federal courts. He is currently in the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. He has his own case, and he represents several of us pro bono, albeit he's not registered with the stupid Illinois bars pro bono or the respective court counties. He's not making me pay him, right, for the services he's rendering. And this guy's paving a brand new path. And I want you to hear, this is with the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals that Ted was before, and he's challenging the younger abstention doctrine, that this is a constitutional issue, and federal court does in fact have jurisdiction. And here you're going to have the representative for the state of Illinois. You're going to hear Ted Bush, and you're going to hear one of the 3 appeals court case judges ask a few questions. So it's going to be 2 men you're going to hear and 1 woman.
Specifically, comprehensive state schemes of regulation, whether you're thinking of Burford or whether you're thinking Colorado River, but nobody's arguing anything about that in this case.
Yes, Your Honor, I recognize it's not a perfect fit under Sprint and the factors set out there. I would note that this year in Kruger versus Call, which is cited in our brief, this court did apply younger to a privately initiated paternity dispute. But Other than that, I would rest on our briefs on Younger, and with the remaining time I have, I'd like to focus on the domestic relations.
You can look at the domestic. I have to say, I think it may not be the best fit for the domestic relations exception either. There we have the Supreme Court's Ankenbrand case, but this is the claim as brought by the plaintiff is a federal constitutional claim.
Okay, that's Ted. That's Ted. Okay, by the plaintiff, that's Ted Bush. That's my attorney, who's challenging in federal court. And part of what he's challenging is the Illinois Dissolution of Marriage Act and the constitutionality of some of their state statutes that are, in fact, the policies and practices ongoing in all 50 states are, as a matter of law, state overreach. Because, and here's why. Here's what you're going to hear. Because the state is not a party to the suit. It's not a states' rights issue because the state is not a party to it. It's between two private parties, and the state is unconstitutionally making itself a party to the suit by involving itself and utilizing the best interest standard. The best interest standard is, in fact, unconstitutional because it's the state deciding using parens patria, the Latin phrase for supreme parent, if you will. That's essentially what it means. And the state cannot do that without a compelling interest, which they are not establishing on the record, a compelling interest by any sort of serious endangerment to the children. So the state is far reaching into our personal and intimate family lives when they shouldn't be. What they should be doing is equally protecting.
Yes, it will have
I freaking rewound. Hold on a second.
fair reading of your briefs.
Here we go.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Substantive and procedural due process claims.
No, Your Honor, I don't concede that they don't apply. I do concede to the extent that the district court dismissed Mr. Bush's claims for damages specifically, that a stay would have been more appropriate under Younger and the U.S. Supreme Court's precedent rather than a dismissal. So to that extent, I do, but I believe that the request for declaratory injunctive relief in all three counts, there are requests for declaratory judgment in counts 2 and 3. But those were properly stayed under Younger because they would interfere with future domestic relations proceedings.
But why is that consistent with Sprint? I mean, I don't want to maybe beat a dead horse if you're not really relying on it, but if you are still relying on it, it seems like a bad fit for Younger. It's not a case brought by the state. It's not like Judice against Vail, where the state is protecting its contempt powers, for example. There's no criminal proceeding. And on and on. It's a private dispute between two parties. Now, if you're going to start going into the weeds of abstention doctrines, there are other abstention doctrines that address more specifically comprehensive state schemes of regulation, whether you're thinking of Burford or whether you're thinking of Colorado River, but nobody's arguing anything about that in this case.
Yes, Your Honor, I recognize it's not a perfect fit under Sprint and the factors set out there. I would note that this year in Kruger versus Call, which is cited in our brief, this court did apply Younger to a privately initiated paternity dispute. But other than that, I would rest on our briefs on Younger, and with the remaining time I have, I'd like to focus on the domestic relations.
You can look at the domestic. I have to say, I think it may not be the best fit for the domestic relations exception either.
Boom.
The Supreme Court's Ankenbrand case. But this is the claim as brought by the plaintiff is a federal constitutional claim.
You heard it.
And yes, it will have an indirect impact on a domestic relations case, but it's not going to create custody. It's not going to dissolve a marriage. It's not going to do anything.
That's it, man. You guys heard that. So that's out of the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. That's really recent. That's not been broadcast mainstream yet. It's not going to go into the mainstream media because these clowns won't cover it. And it's going to be working men and women who are going, hey, look, we're paving some way here, right? We're making some headway. Ted Bush is making some headway. And look, I think it's time that we as a movement start calling for. I really want to see a federal class action lawsuit. I want to see this led by the likes of Ted Bush, Melissa Isaac, Connie Reguli, Blair Dunn, Stephen Johnson. These are people that I know, right? These are good attorneys doing good thing. They're fighting a solid fight. And I think it's time that we all took it to the federal courts and start going, yeah, you know what? This is a constitutional claim that we're making. Federal courts do have jurisdiction. The states are not party to the suit because it's a private matter, and they're overly broad, and they're violating our rights. So yeah, the common theme here is that this is a 10th Amendment states' rights issue, but we don't believe that it is, because I mean, I think just on the precept of, you know, how do you as a father, each one of us, or we're all dads here, right? All of us fathers, how do you know, driving across any state line, how your rights, the ebb and flow between the states of, do you have fewer or less rights? I don't think that as a father or a mother that your rights dissipate in any respect based upon imaginary lines, right? We have an inherent interest to raise our kids. It's a fundamental liberty, absent state interference. And we've all testified here. Mike G, 24-year NYPD. Okay. CJ Abernathy, honorably discharged Marine Corps veteran. Casey G, another honorably discharged veteran. Myself, 20-year Navy veteran. And we're all testifying to the exact same shit of state overreach and abuse of authority. So, you know, I'm not going to say this is a states' rights issue. It's a human rights issue.
Wait, is there anybody on this panel that disagrees with what Cash just said? Speak now. Click the link. I mean, like, we'll leave it open for the rest of the show. If you disagree with whatever Cash just said, all right in there, the time you have 1 hour and 3 minutes and 15 seconds to click that link. Well, preferably before then, so you can actually have time to make a point and tell us why you would disagree with anything he just said. In fact, if you're hate watching, we'd appreciate you the most. Cash,
Mike, Casey, call us out. We could be full of shit, right? We could be full of shit.
I pulled this up.
Casey could be completely full of shit. And all the stuff he said, he just made up.
This needs to be written. This needs to be read into the record. Cash, do you want to do it or should I do it?
You do it. Hey man, yeah, are we gonna schedule a break in here? Because
no breaks tonight because we don't have any audio. So we are the breaks. You can go take a piss while I read this, though. How about that?
No, I'm gonna hear it. Read it.
All right. It is conceptually uncontroversial that the government has an interest in protecting children from harm. Children as a demographic are more vulnerable than adults, considering how many of their choices are not their own decisions, such as where they live and who they live with. And as a result, the government maintains a special responsibility towards ensuring their protection. The doctrine of parent of the country allows the government to embrace this responsibility by intervening in the family unit to protect children whose welfare may be at risk. Under the guise of exercising this responsibility, the government often takes overly invasive action by forcibly removing children from their homes and placing them under the care of the state. While the government should take children out of abusive households, it often confuses abusive households with poor ones. As a result, poor families, often on welfare or headed by single parent, are subject to higher rates of having their family disrupted, often just because they are poor.
Disrupted. Like, yeah, like it's an inconvenience to have your child kidnapped by the state under threat of force.
What's the guarantee?
Right, that's disrupted to these fucking people.
What's the guarantee? What's the guarantee the government could protect?
Remember, when seconds matter, cops are only minutes away.
There's no guarantee that they can protect anybody.
That's why we have a Second Amendment right.
When the house starts on fire, you better have a fire extinguisher or you're screwed, because the fire department's going to take a while to get to your burning home.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee of protection anywhere. That's why the Second Amendment is the Second Amendment.
Yeah, there's no guaranteed right to protection.
You will have safer communities. They are full of shit, which is why we should be protecting one another. It's why we should be coming together as community, especially as masculine men in this country, and going, look, enough's enough of the bullshit, okay? We're going to say it for what it is. We're going to call it for what it is. It's not going to be politically correct. A lot of you aren't going to like it. You're going to try and group me in as being a right-wing terrorist because I'm saying this is bullshit. You're using tax dollars, federal tax dollars, to incentivize states to take our kids and implement mandatory work programs, indentured servitude, take men's professional license, driver's license, run them through debtors' prisons, and just run the general fucking working man through the meat grinder. It's bullshit. Go, CJ. Yeah.
Is it most likely?
Take it.
Cash, is it more likely then that both the left and the right have given up their freedoms for a little bit of security and things, that they've decided that they'll turn a blind eye to this subject when it's related to that subject, and they play these duopoly divide games? And meanwhile, somebody like you that's in the middle saying, hey, this is what both sides are doing, you can get lumped in because of the veteran status. You can get lumped in because you're white and a man, and all these fun trigger words that are going to trigger somebody out there to say, oh, look at these white privileged males. And it's like 2 hours has been spent just discussing how rights violations have been happening. And they'll say, okay, fine. You want to take out all these 2 hours and just sum it up into the word bitching. I would say redressing personally. And a grievance at that, because but you're telling one side, don't lump you in on to this side, and really it disadvantages them because both sides are doing it. Cash, I think Republican and Democrat voters have honestly bought into that they somehow have freedom. I think that they've bought into somehow they are the right side. That's why I shared this comment up here. I don't know if we've got 1 million, but it's true. They will never be held accountable because half the voting fucking population blames the other half for the problem. So when we talk about these issues, it's like, well, my state Democrat Party, it's like, my state Republican Party would never traffic children. My state Republican Party, there, Queen Noam, she would never do that. It's like, no, they are all trafficking children, and they believe they have an quote, and in this doctrine you speak of, an inherent right to do it. So I don't understand why we sit here as slaves for 2 hours, 3 hours, and we bitch about it, but really it's never going to change. We could talk and discuss it. We could go live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with Veteran Liberty Network, and literally all it's going to be is murder after murder on behalf of the state, destruction on behalf of destruction of veterans and their freedoms. And again, it's what else do we do, Cash? I mean, besides starting the revolution on Tuesday, I mean,
yes.
What do we do? It'll never change. It'll never change because put it to you this way.
I disagree.
It'll never change because Republicans think Democrats are to blame. Democrats think Republicans are to blame, and they're both right. And until they both realize they're both wrong and they both suck and they are both terrible parties that have committed outrageous crimes against humanity, both parties, we will never fix this problem. If you're still loyal to, well, that R next to the name makes them a righteous person. Hey, the D next to their name makes them a good person. No, until we realize that they're the ones that we should be executing publicly for the crimes against humanity, we will never change this. And they would rather blame people like us than the actual people like them. Oh, did I trigger a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter?
I want to hear what Casey's got to say. He's got his finger up. Come on, let Casey. I want to hear what Casey's got to say.
You're kind of wild, CJ. Hey, CJ, you're kind of wild, but I agree with you. And so I just want to throw some legal argument behind there's some precedent about what you're talking about. And if you're not aware, you should go
let's
back
hear
and
this. This is the conversation people don't want to have.
Look up the Battle of Athens in 1946. And so
pull it up.
Sometimes people call this the McMinn County War, when a group of veterans got sick of the police brutality, the predatory practices of the elected officials, and they armed themselves and they stormed the county and took over. They arrested all of the public officials, threw them out of office, and they did a huge reset. And they did it legally.
That's what I think we're headed towards.
And it's why I bring this up, the precedence here is, you know what? People are aware of these unconstitutional actions of judges, and it wouldn't be beyond getting a group of a couple hundred veterans together and just deciding that, you know what, we're going to pull these people out of the courtroom, drag them out of office, and they're done. And there's no violence that has to occur. But what it's going to take is armed veterans to do a reset and let
the physical
people know,
removal.
Yeah, that we're not going to allow this any longer. It ends today. And, the honest answer behind that is, though, there's too many cowards and there's not enough men with balls enough to do something like that.
So violence would be okay. No?
In self-defense.
Yeah, that's how this nation was founded, right? Right. That's how this nation was founded, right? Yeah, you got to say it. Is violence sanctioned when your government has become tyrannical, whenever it's overreached its lawful, legal, constitutional authority?
And keep in mind, hold on. You guys keep bringing, you keep bringing in the word
dance
violence.
Around it.
You got to stop using the word violence. Violence is not the answer. Armed rebellion is the answer, because you have to.
Violence could come from that.
Yeah, but okay. So
armed revolt is the word they used on this placard here that you told me to look up. The Battle of Athens was an armed revolt that gained national attention, attempting to end the control of the entrenched political machine. World War II veterans used force to ensure that on the day of local elections in 1946, every vote, quote, was counted as cast. After local authorities locked themselves in the ballot boxes in the jail, veterans suspicious of foul play gathered weapons and ammunition and exchanged fire from the hill upon the jail, which once stood across the street. The besieged authorities surrendered. At the end, at a meeting in the courthouse, an interim government was set up, followed by the election of the veterans slate.
Jesus Christ, you could read that?
Yes, sir.
So that's my point. Like,
I'm going with revolt. I don't even want revolution. I just want armed revolt.
It needs to be armed, though, because Mike is a former police officer. If you're tasked to a group of people that are armed to an event, you show up, there's 400 guys, and a representative walks forward and goes, "Hey, look, we're here because of this."
Can I add a point to that?
You have an opportunity to either follow the Constitution or not, but our fight's not with you. If you make the fight with you, that's a different story.
I gotta add a point to that, because I agree with what you're saying, and I want to add one more thing to it. So the government that's currently determining whether or not we should all be slaves because we're men and have children, that same government is using men with guns and women with guns to walk people down them pretty little aisles, to pass those bills that turn us all into slaves. And we keep if we just had the balls to shoot the fuckers, then maybe they'd stop. I fundamentally disagree. I believe that slavery has been instituted in the United States, and we will never be able to go out of it. Not in our lifetime. Sorry. Slavery's here, folks. Get used to it. That's going to be the new message. I disagree.
I disagree as well, because
I don't accept that.
I don't want to accept that either.
Yeah,
where do we find the leaders to organize that?
I don't accept that, and it's right here. You're looking at them. That's the thing. You're looking at them. These are the men. Here's what we have to accept.
I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right.
We got to accept the fact that our lives and our experiences.
But what you guys need to recognize is that people have already stepped up and done this and been vindicated by the Supreme Courts. Ammon Bundy is the perfect example.
Right.
They stepped up to government overreach. They stopped it with an armed rebellion. No blood was shed.
Just for the record, we all approve of this, don't we? We all approve of what we are reading right here. They're like, fuck yeah, get some. That's taking control right there. Yep. We're all four of us are like, hey, crimes are being committed. And all four of us are like, here's this sign that says they armed revolt took over government. And we're like, there's the answer. So, I mean, honestly, without being labeled domestic terrorists, I mean, what should we do next? Wow, this white guy thinks he's a slave. No, you, man. Okay, I'm going to try to be nice. We are passing a bill that says you are a fucking slave. And it's not me saying it. So this white woman here does not understand.
Hold on. CJ.
This white woman does not understand what this white man is saying.
Down. You're overreacting.
No, I'm not.
Stop. You're overreacting. Jesus. They could have just joined the broadcast. Don't attack like a potential future supporter until you know. Now, if it's like a regular troll, then let them have it. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they don't know the topic of the conversation and the mandatory work program Tom Cotton from Arkansas is supporting.
We'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Give them the benefit of the doubt, right? That's the people always deserve. Yeah, that they probably haven't. They haven't widely advertised it. We know about it because this is what we do. This is our background. We are the night watchmen. If we don't watch for this shit, right? If we don't keep an eye out for what they're doing and what they're passing, who will? Who's going to be awake when Congress is down there passing those packets of money around between the lobbyists and them, and they're passing these unconstitutional laws, these mandatory work programs for fathers by Tom Cotton, out of Arkansas.
I mean, again, I hear what you're saying.
So let's show them. Show her the bill, man. Show her the bill. Here we go. Look.
I'm glad you can hear me just fine.
Okay. Look, on the surface, here's what it says, that it introduces. This is not just a bill to increase child support payments. Okay. This is the media. This is how they lie to you right here. Okay. They don't tell the full truth, right? Or they kind of paint over it, right? This bill is for a mandatory work program reimbursement to the states, that when the states operate mandatory work programs for non-custodial fathers, that the state will reimburse or the federal government will reimburse state through Title IV funding. These are the financial incentives we keep telling people. Here we're going to read it. Of the Social Security Act to allow states to receive federal matching payments for mandatory work activity programs. A mandatory work activity program, that is slavery, people. CJ is 1,010% right about what he said, because this is not about you're duped into believing that this altruistic attorney went to Harvard, went to the Army, got a fucking Bronze Star, went to law school, that this Tom Cotton bill is for that poor single mom out there who's struggling, right? That's what they would have you believe. This is not for that, folks. They are grouping millions of us in, portraying us to be deadbeats. They are grossly overinflating child support orders, and they're running us through these kangaroo courts that violate all due process. There's no right to attorney, oftentimes, no right to a trial by jury, no cameras, no audio recording equipment. They threaten you with jail if you live stream their public court hearing, your own public court hearing that they're putting on YouTube. They forbid you from live streaming it. That is the definition of tyranny, folks. They are hiding and threatening you, the citizen who pays for this fucking racket. That's bullshit. CJ, go. I'm sorry, Casey. Saw your finger
just
up.
As a point of matter, because people like to say this never happens. So I'm 100% disabled from a helicopter crash I was in overseas. Had 24 reconstructive surgeries, totally and permanently disabled. And I let the judge know about Title 42 USC, that my income cannot be considered for child support purposes. I gave her all the case law. I showed her my Social Security income, that they need to go to the VA and request an apportionment to legally do this. Keep in mind, the mother, I requested all her financial information. In her finances, she had over $100,000 cash in her bank with 30 to 40,000 incoming and outgoing every month into her accounts. So I'm completely disabled. She has all this money coming in and out. The state's attorney gets up there and starts questioning me about my income and that if I lied on my income statement. And I was like, no, I'm 100% disabled. I have a fixed income that here's all the documents for it. And so the state's attorney asked the judge to impute income for me because I should be capable to make more money than what the VA is paying me. And I didn't keep in mind, I don't get to rebut any of this. I just have to go with it. Then on top of that, my kids get money for Social Security because I receive it. The state's attorney asked the judge not to give credit to me for those Social Security payments, although 38 USC says that they have to, says that I should not be given credit for it because I should be making more income for my children than what I am. Then says that they don't want to account for the mother's income, and they give her her imputed income is less than $1,200 a month because she says she's unemployable because she needs to stay home from work to be with our daughter. So I get imputed income. They garnish all of my paychecks that they can, all for stuff that I don't make. And then they violate federal law, even though federal law is written and shows they have to. And I read it off in court. And then they come after me because I refuse to pay the illegal amount at, pending an appeal. When the appeals court and the Supreme Court rules on it, I don't mind. I still pay. I mean, I pay a substantial amount. It's like 60% of my income. But I'm not going to pay the full amount because they're illegally making me pay double child support because they didn't impute what they get from the federal agencies.
Right.
And the judge said that on record that the mother should get the double income because she deserves it. So here I am. I have 5 other kids. I'm married. I have a wife. Like, what are we supposed to do when all my income's being taken? Am I just supposed to starve? Am I supposed to live in my car? Which I bring that up because I had to live in my car.
Oh, you don't
I had
have
to
the
live
right
in my
to
car
move
for
on.
3 months on a beach.
You don't. Yeah, you don't have any right.
I didn't have the.
You don't have any right to have a life, Casey. No. You know what? I mean, you should have kept your pecker in your pants, right? You should have, had a better pullout game or something. And it's all your fault. You deserve to live in the back of your car. Nobody gives 2 shits about your military service. They don't give a damn that you were shot down in Afghanistan. They don't give a fuck about all of your contributions to this country and the fact that you've been a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen of the state. And look, each one of us here, 24-year NYPD, okay? CJ's got freaking 20 years of military service. They've got no reason to do what they're doing. And I believe, and I love that, Casey, I'm so glad you brought that story up, man. Because these are the conversations that are getting held right now. Veterans
just so you guys know, Tom Cotton's aware of this stuff happening to us and aware that, there was a bill written, the Veterans Protection Act, to prevent this from happening. And this isn't that it isn't already on federal law. This is like a third federal law being written because the states keep violating it. And Cash and Carson, we have a lawyer that's representing us who just won in Michigan Supreme Court and had a veteran whose wife took $72,000 in payments, and she has to pay that all back to the veteran now.
Foster v. Foster.
Yeah, she probably never will, but
she's got to pay restitution. Foster v.
Well, hold on. And the reason I bring that up, I want you guys to have some hope because my ex in Michigan, with my 10 and 12-year-old daughters, who claims that I'm a deadbeat dad and I, don't pay enough in child support, this and that. It took me 10 years in court with private investigators and doing forensic accounting to prove to the court that she was lying about her income. And she finally had to admit it in court that she lied to the court for the last 10 years. So instead of going back and giving me the money back, she got over $300,000 in child support she should have never gotten. Instead of giving me the money back, they said it's in the children's best interest
$300,000
for me to not get the money back and for me to keep paying. But to try to make me feel better about it, what they're going to do is reduce her child support by like $600 a month until the kids turn 18, which will come out to like 20 grand or something. And I mean, it's not a substantial amount compared to what she got, but the shimmering hope there is the silver lining is they usually never do anything like this for fathers. But I had to prove it over 10 years. I just kept providing evidence, keeping track of it, showing where she lied, getting
10
transcripts.
years.
And after 10 years, finally,
Dude,
I've proven it. And now Carson, our lawyer's involved in this to try to get
we should not be getting put through this.
So as a deadbeat dad, here's what I'm doing. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing over here while we're talking, my daughters asked me to make them some t-shirts.
What do you got there? What is
that? This is a naked mole rat that I drew by hand.
Does that say tribal
daughter,
rat?
I don't know why she wanted this on a sweater. And so I bought
I love it.
I bought a shirt heat press. I bought sweaters. I bought the machine to draw all this stuff, the programs. Oh. I spent about $600 on all the equipment because my two daughters asked me to make them sweaters, and I designed these cups for them.
That's a good dad right there.
And I drew that naked mole rat, and it's on permanent vinyl. And I put their little favorite numbers on the bottom. You know, I spent, you know, little short of $1,000 buying equipment and, you know, 60 hours of time learning.
And that's all money you spent on your kid.
Yeah, just to be a dad, you know. But what can we do?
And that's the beautiful stuff about being a father is we spend our money on our kids. We want to spend our money on our kids, but we want to do it. And whenever the relationship doesn't work out, if we were still involved, we would be spending the money on them there, right? What they're allowing to happen is that only one parent is allowed to spend any money on the kids. And oftentimes what they are reinforcing is that this one parent does better. They have all of the control. They're doing better financially, many cases like my own, where, you know, number one, you know, the mother of my children makes far more money than I do. And number two, you know, that it's insult to injury when they can keep your kids from you while forcing you to pay under threat of force all of your resources, especially as like a disabled vet like Casey. You know, he's had, you know, 24 different surgeries, shot down in a fucking helicopter. That guy deserves to keep 100%. Not only does he deserve it, he's got a constitutional right to keep it in the states. And this again, Casey's when I come back to, this is a federal issue because it is the child support Title IV incentives that come from federal government, as well as the Bradley Amendment that places the unexpiring lien on you, the indentured servant, the chattel for the state. The federal government has made itself the driving force of this with the federal dollars and the federal income, you know, taking our money under threat of force, which is why we can't just talk about family law. We have to talk about how government functions and operates on a premise of fear and violence instilled into its citizens that if you don't comply with how we say you have to do it, we're going to take your life or your liberty or both. And nobody wants to lose that, which is why nobody wants to challenge this bullshit, because they show that they can do it. I'm a perfect example. 2 fucking years I haven't seen my kids. 2 years. Never been found to be unfit. I've spent nearly $85,000 just in my case. And that's all, you know, how bad that hurts depends upon how much money an individual has, right? 85 grand might be nothing to a multimillionaire, but to an E6 in the fucking, or a retired veteran, that's a metric shit ton of money.
I hear you.
Long, uncomfortable pause.
Well, Cash, I was looking up this this bill here with the copyright, and yeah, this show is going to be a crime as soon as they pass this into law. Like, we will be literally committing a crime because we don't have permission from companies like news organizations to play their videos and talk about their stories that they're covering. To play their clips,
That's
correct?
Fine.
So technically,
That's fine. You
if they
know why?
pass this, we
You know
are
why?
technically knowing to.
That's going to benefit us in the long run. You know why? I think that's going to benefit. They think it's going to protect them. What it's going to do is it's going to open up more avenues for free market media where people go, fuck these people.
And by the way,
they can keep their shit. I don't want to play their shit anyway.
By the way,
I don't want to play their shit anyway. I want my original content, my own stuff.
This was buried on page 2,539 out of 5,593, by the way.
Wow.
5,593 pages in this bill, and this is halfway through around page 2,500.
It was just published at 7:54 a.m. this morning. And they're going to pass this fucking thing.
And when will these fuckers vote on this? When will they vote on this bullshit?
Right now!
They read a 5,000-page fucking bill in less than 12 hours. In 12 hours, they read a 5,000-page bill in 12 hours. This is the bullshit we have to reject. No human being on fucking earth sat down and digested 5,000 pages to know what's in this. No. And Tammy Duckworth fucking wheeling around in her wheelchair, thinking that you know, and everybody promotes her as being. No, I'm not her or Tom Cotton. Right, neither one of them. I don't feel sorry for Tammy Duckworth. You know, I appreciate her service. I appreciate the fact that she served. She was in a fucking helicopter. You got your ass shot down. Right? Guess what? So did Casey. Casey got his ass shot down.
No. I'm going to leave this show because you're literally going to tell people, thank you for your service while they're voting for your slavery, Cash. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear you? Fuck her service and fuck her if she votes yes. And fuck every one of them that votes yes for this bill. I don't want your $600. Keep it. Fuck Tammy Duckworth. Fuck Tom Cotton. And fuck anybody that's going to vote yes on this bill. And fuck you if you support it too on the other end of this screen. I'm out of here for tonight, Cash. You guys take
CJ. I'm saying that we can individually identify things that people do positively in this world, as well as that which is very negative and harmful. My focus and my emphasis, my focus and emphasis isn't on her service, but I have to address it. Okay, you have to. If you're going to criticize these people, they're not above reproach. And I'm going to be morally and principally consistent in saying if somebody does something good and right, fantastic. I'm going to tell them. And that's my prerogative. You don't have to do that. But if I want to say, CJ, I appreciate all of the good things you've done, you don't have to. That's the beauty of this show. You don't have to. But I get to do that.
I'm Senator CJ Abernathy, and I wrote the slavery bill, and I'm a Marine. Are you going to thank me for my fucking service while I'm voting for your slavery?
Look, the focus and the emphasis isn't on her service.
It's on the fact
making it about that.
For slavery.
The focus and the emphasis. But I'm saying, CJ, you're beating a dead horse here, right? We agree on that. We don't disagree. You're only riled up about the fact that I just threw out a remark that I appreciated her service, right? And I do. I appreciate most people's service, but I can call out her bullshit and say, this is bullshit. She's not above reproach. I don't give a fuck that she was shot down. You hear what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck that she was shot down. I care that she lost her legs. Okay. I care that Casey got fucked up, but they took his kids. They're taking most of his federal benefits, and Tammy Duckworth ain't saying shit about it. Tom Cotton's not saying shit about it, and I'm calling it out. I think my producer just dropped off. I think he fucking couldn't handle it anymore. He couldn't take me anymore. But am I wrong here in saying that we need to focus on absolutely what they're doing? This Tom Cotton bill is atrocious. It's absolutely terrible what they're doing. And we have to put a stop to it. Guys like Casey, guys like Mike, guys like CJ, right? We're the ones who are going to put a stop to this. I think Casey or CJ, I think CJ legitimately had he's like, I can't handle it. So, Mike, what do you think in New York, Long Island? What are the feelings and the prospects up there? Because I've seen the NYPD turning on Democrats within the that unions typically support up there, and I think that that's a major functional change of politics that nobody's talking about. That the police labor unions in states like New York, they're beginning to turn on Democrats that have traditionally supported them. Because they're tired of being the whipping boys. Am I wrong?
Oh boy, the PBA in New York City, they're compromised. That's all I could say. They're compromised. I mean, what you hear Patty Lynch saying, before an audience or on the news one day. The city's got them by the balls. They're all out there. The union and the board in New York City, they're all got an exemption to be off patrol and to work the union. And that could be stripped from them in a second. In a second. They'll have to put the uniform back on and go back off patrol.
It's the threat.
I mean, so it's
the threat. It's always the threat. It's the control factor.
So
we're in an abusive relationship with our employers, especially state and government employers. We're in an abusive relationship. There's a substantial power indifference that we have here as government employees, where we're really gagged to a large degree. Anybody in military or anybody in public service, anybody who's, if you're, even union guys that are in a public union, like they're in Illinois, these guys are mostly very conservative. They're more libertarian if you want to get down to it. They don't give a shit about gay marriage. They don't really care. They don't want government involved in that cannabis. They agree with that stuff, but they vote in their best interest and they support Democrats. Well, because that's how the machine works. The machine works that if you're in a union, you're going to go out and help with these fucking Democrat campaigns. You're going to help gather petition signatures. And if you don't, as a junior guy, they're all brought up into it under threat of losing your job or your position and your benefits and the livelihood of your family. You go out and do what's demanded of you. And all government's no different. I don't care if you're fucking military, police, child support enforcement, tax collect, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
Casey, do we shrink government? How do we shrink it? I mean, are we going to attack this because it's this societal ill? 20 million some odd kids growing up without their biological dads is creating all of these circumstances for dropping out of high school, poverty, teen pregnancy, abusing drugs, violent crime, which all props up other areas of government, other government services all come into play. Medicaid comes in, pharmaceuticals come in. All of these other different factors come into play that we're all batting around trying to find a fucking solution to. And this seems like one gigantic glaring problem. Then we're all going over here. Hey, you think maybe we could stop this shit and maybe keep dads involved, so that our kids don't drop out of school and get pregnant as teenagers and fucking do heroin? How do we put a stop to it, Casey? I mean, you've got to have maybe more insight than what I have.
That I would say is beta males.
What?
I would say that's the main problem. Beta males.
Salvies?
Too many.
Call them salvies.
Too many men are scared to stand up for their rights. Just tell me what, I can make them. But too many men are too afraid to stand up for their rights, and they allow this type of abuse while all espousing that it's kind of like these 3%ers. They talk about how badass they are and wear all this cool gear. Right. And then every time something happens, they don't do shit because they're a bunch of fucking loudmouths. It's those kind of people that are the problem.
What about those old boys?
They will never do anything.
What about them old boys up there in Michigan? They were getting ready to take the governor up there, man.
Yeah, but that was stupid. That was a whole nother brand of dumb. They're talking about holding a.
I didn't say it was intelligent or not,
hostage.
but they should have did it.
What was happening in
They
Salem?
sure did it.
Yeah, but they tried some stupid shit without a plan.
In Oregon?
What happened in Salem, Oregon today?
Yeah, I didn't even see what they put together.
I don't know
what did happen. I'm not abreast of the news, man. I was out doing working man shit. I was moving rocks and building.
They were in the Capitol building trying to, push their way into the Capitol building. Anthony had it on today. Anthony Sebeli had it on live.
Yeah, you're talking about where they went into they loaded the Capitol building, but then the riot police came in, where they'll stop Americans, but they won't stop these Antifa clowns.
Yeah,
which is, at what point you work
right? Well,
at what point working on that detail do you just be like, these guys aren't coming in to burn the building down. They just want in the building for the purpose. You just let them in the building. Like, fuck it. Hey, guys, take the fucking trash out when you're done.
Right. Yeah, just let them in.
Yeah. But Antifa does it, and then they just...
Monday's special session at the Oregon.
Oh, sorry.
You want me to read it?
Sorry.
That whole delay thing throws us off.
That was a COVID protest.
No, it's all good. You're good, man. Yeah, so Monday's special session at the Oregon Capitol was slightly disrupted as protesters who appeared to oppose policies closing certain businesses to slow the spread of the coronavirus tried in vain to get into a largely empty Capitol. All right, so they insulted them. They tried in vain to get in, and then they insult their intelligence. So first they insult their capability, then they insult their intelligence because it's a largely empty Capitol. This is the media at work. Throughout the day, organizers broke glass doors on the west side of the Capitol building, tore tarps from the marble reliefs on the front steps, and engaged in a brief standoff with Oregon State Police and Salem Police Department officers. So they're getting pissed, right? Here's what you're seeing. I think these are the early stages of it, okay? More than 100 protesters joined in the efforts, including members of Patriot Prayer, a far-right Washington-based group led by Joey Gibson. So far-right. Well, number one, we know out of the left, when they say something's far right, it's probably just right of center. Far right protesters storm Oregon Capitol, calling for end of COVID-19. So here they say they storm it, and when I hear storm it, to me it's like a whole shit ton of them charged up the fucking steps with with sawed-offs, fucking Mad Max at the ready. That's what I think of when you say stormed. But did they have any success? So what happened? I didn't get anything out of that article that told me like what transpired. Huh?
No clue.
Did they arrest anybody or any arrests made?
I have no idea.
Maybe a couple. Well, I'm glad you brought it up because here you're beginning to see. Look, and this is the right waking up. Okay, as January 20th comes, we're going to see more and more groups coming out and going, yeah, you know what? We're not putting up with this shit either. Right? They're going to keep coming out. Here's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, man. My deep-seated feeling is they have already found enough fraud in this election. They've already discovered enough. I don't think Trump's stepping out of office. And whether or not
the yeas are 91, the nays are 7. The 60 vote threshold having been achieved, the motion to concur is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator South Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the senior senator from South
hold
Dakota,
on, guys.
the senior
You guys
senator
hear
from
this?
Kansas, and the senior senator from Missouri be authorized to sign.
Yeah, finally got some audio on here. Jesus.
December 21st, 2020.
Nice.
To January
2021.
2021.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find it.
Oh,
this is the senator from South Dakota.
From the congressional floor going. There we go.
Mr. Alexander.
All right.
I'll keep you posted. They're calling, I think, what did he just call for, though?
Is this a spending bill?
No, this is the COVID. This is the bill that turns us all into slaves, Cash.
I'm saying it's the spending bill.
It's also
the
the
relief
bill that
package.
makes us felons for just doing this show right here.
Relief.
Yeah, it's a relief package that turns us all into felons for just doing this show.
Hey, if they arrest me, man, I'll tell you what, man. If they get me for a felony for any of this, you fellas better come get me out. That's all I'm saying, man. Or I'm going to be real. Like, your man cards are going to be officially done. If
knowingly
they
doing
go,
this,
look, we're shutting down. If we're shutting down Cash Jackson's Wartell podcast. Good. Means I'm doing something right. Good. If you never stood for anything, you know, what the fuck did you even bother living for? You know? Shit, yeah. Man. Hell yeah. Well, hey, man, I need a break. I need to go. I'm going to go smoke and, you know, I don't know. I'll let Mike, one of you guys guest host or something. Mike, Casey, CJ, you know, handle it for like 10 minutes. Give me 10. Let me go smoke and get a relief. And
it was good talking to you.
Dude, it was great having you on, Casey. Appreciate you coming in, man. We're going to have you on again. You're going to come on again in the future, right?
Thanks for joining us, Casey. And Mike, we'll be right back. We're going to play some Nick Sky.
Good having you, brother. It was good seeing you.
You guys hear that?
Play some Nick Sky for him. Yeah, I hear it. Turn it up a little bit. Can you turn them up? Let's get some Nick Sky going in the house. Hear him.
Throwing shadows on the stage, and I wonder
we have permission to play this for the right.
You guys go over support Nick Sky. Oh, you got it? You got it. You got it. I'm stepping out.
And are out on every page. My hero, she's the last real dreamer I know. And I could tell you all about her. I don't think I'll fall asleep till I roll over. Can we just start over again? And I could tell you all about her. I don't think I'll fall asleep till then. And now I just had this dream that we were on my bed again, making love the way we did. Tell me, how could I forget? This can't be healthy now, the way I dream about your lips. But this wasn't just any kiss. I hope you're still not over this. Not at least till I get over you. My hero, she's the last real dreamer I know. And I could tell you all about her. I don't think I'll fall asleep till I roll over. Can we just start over again? And I could tell you all about her. I don't think I'll fall asleep till then. And now I get left alone while you're lost in outer space, spreading love another way, and we'll meet again someday. I've taken all I can, but I keep thinking just the same. Guess I'll die another day, but I'm sure I'll be on my way. Maybe I'll collapse and float away. She's the last real dreamer I know. And I could tell you all about her. I don't think I'll fall asleep till I roll over. Can we I don't think I'll fall asleep till. Remember the times when everything seemed so easy. How we didn't know how close we were to losing it all. And we were content with what we had, even though these memories would be quick to fall. Before we were supposed to keep us safe, but suffocated slowly once we were happy. We were happy before we grew. We were happy with nothing in our hands. So we would sit forever and there was nothing we could understand. A sense lost inside like falling grains of sand, leaving us to wonder where did it all come wrong. Have done better? Is that something that we did wrong? For us to feel left to raise ourselves without someone to lean on. Think about the generations present or past. Was there any peace, and if there was, could it last? Before we were supposed to keep us safe, but suffocated slowly once we were happy. We were happy before we grew. We were happy with nothing in our hands. So we would sit forever and there was nothing we could understand. A sense lost inside like falling grains of sand, leaving us to wonder where did it all go wrong. Life was simple enough before the monsters changed the chaos recipe. Formed a God inside our heads and changed our chemistry. Before we knew about the danger lurking beneath the surface. Before we learned our lives and purpose. Before we had to accept this was all going to be worth this.
Now watch this drive.
We were happy before we grew. We were happy with nothing in our hands. So we would sit forever and there was nothing we could understand. A sense lost inside like falling grains of sand, leaving us to wonder where did it all go wrong. Tell you what I can, but telling you what's inside of me will kill me if you give it a chance. Something's really wrong with me, putting up a front. I'm telling you that I am too. So drain the blood from my veins. Tell me I'm not okay. As long as I'm still standing, I will see a better day. I'm yellow from the bones. Tell me I'm going untreated. As long as I'm still here, I won't be they say I'm lying, I'm just asking you to believe the disease that brought me here doesn't lie within me. So help me if you can and send me on my way. Take what you have to, there's not much left anyway. This is good. So drain the blood from my veins. Tell me I'm not okay. As long as I'm still standing, I will see a better day. I'm yellow from my bones. Tell me I'm going undreated. As long as I'm still here, I won't be defeated. So drain the blood from my veins. Tell me I'm not okay. As long as I'm still standing, I will see a better day. I'm yellow from my bones. Tell me I'm going undreated. As long as I'm still here, I won't be defeated.
Broadcasting in front of goddamn windows. Nick Sky, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. You guys better went over there and like their page, man. What a great guy there. The direction I wanted to go with us being able to play their music and not do it with any sort of licensing or permission or bullshit. A free market solution to podcasters like myself going, hey, I want to play some music. I need some music for my show. And there's people out there, surprise, surprise, that want to get their music out and their word out and their label and who they are and let people hear their stuff. So it works for everybody. Those are solutions that we'll be implementing into the Veteran Liberty Network, what we're growing. It's not just going to be this one show with me and CJ and guests. It's going to be a lot of different shows. If you know of anybody who would be a great fit for us and a sponsor, we would love to have them. And so anybody, again, friends, family, business owners, musicians, we want to work with a lot of different people. But of course, we don't have the most politically correct messaging. That's a drawback for some people. We get that. And we're not looking for, I don't expect Eastside Baptist Church to come out and be a sponsor of mine and my podcast. But you never know. They might go, yeah, you know what? We really like this guy, where he stands on freedom of religion and what have you. Or they might go, we don't like this guy because we want our particular religion more involved in telling people how to live. So, had some good guests on, man. Casey and Mike. Some of you might not have caught in the conversation what we were talking about there, but Casey and I had the same judge, Judge Joseph Salvi, who's still at the 19th Judicial Circuit. This guy is one of the tyrants that we talk about. Judge the Shitbird Salvi, 19th Judicial Circuit. If I was one of his kids, I would punch myself in my face. Right? If I knew that my dad was committing those types of offenses against the general public and it paid for my school, you know what I mean? Wow. I would really consider ownership of that man. But, and I've got no problem telling the world what a magnificent piece of shit he is, because every American should know if there's a magnificent piece of shit in government, who they are, what they look like, and what they're doing. I think that that's fair. And we deserve that kind of public scrutiny. And if I were in office abusing it and hurting people, I should be called out for my bullshit. Anywho, what else? Hey, man, what's in the top news for the evening before we get over into the 22nd? It's a few days away from Christmas. Holy cow. Just a few days out. Jeez Louise. I hope everybody's got their Christmas shopping done. It's one of the best parts of being working class poor. You don't have to do a lot of Christmas shopping because you can't buy the shit anyway. You know what I mean? You're just worried about, can you get your brakes done on your car? Do you got enough money to renew your license and registration? Try and get a tree up, try and get a few Christmas gifts. And for the working man and woman out there, that's their everyday reality, right? They don't live the same reality that the ruling class lives in. Those that lord over us and charges $7,000 retainers to try and not have our kids pushed out of our lives or any fucking lies and false pretenses. Yeah, freaking COVID. Fort Drum soldiers killing each other. Yeah, I heard something about this, man. That's wild. But, you know, people are people, you know, and they kill for a variety of reasons. Oh, man. So I appealed to Twitter again for the third time, trying to get my account reinstated. I'd appreciate any assistance y'all could lend me over there. They trashed my Cash Jackson account, and it took a long time to get up to that kind of following that I had on there. And here's why it's important. I don't really give two shits about the account itself. I could care less. What I care about is that it's another conversation piece, and one that we had worked very hard to build to be able to access higher people in office, right? I had people like Donald Trump retweet some of my material, or Donald Trump Jr. rather. That's pretty high, right? Like if you got Donald Trump Jr. retweeting some of your shit, you're kind of getting some places, right? You think? I think so. Now it wasn't on a routine basis, but it happened. And it happened with several others. And a lot of my material went out there, and I have to give credit to this guy, Brian, who was my social media manager there, at least for my Twitter account. But it was also Brian subsequently that got it tanked. And they still haven't told me why, but he was running it when it got tanked. So 100% it was him, because I wasn't tweeting. He was tweeting on my behalf. Yeah, it's a weird, strange relationship. You do that whenever you build up some social media platforms, like Biden's tweeting his shit. That guy can't string together one coherent sentence whatsoever. We know Joe Biden's not tweeting his shit. Donald Trump, I think he tweets his own shit, because some of the stuff that's said on there, well, if he doesn't, the person who does do it has got him down pat, because it sounds like Donald Trump. What we got here? New York, New York. Look, the War is Hell podcast, we're building this brand out. We're branding ourselves. We're growing what we're doing. We're searching and finding our own identity as a working man and woman's news network / radio talk show / I don't know. It's going to grow into a lot. We're getting ready to, I think, I got a strong inclination that by the first part of the year, we're going to be going into our first brick and mortar location as a network, Veteran Liberty Network. We are we'll be a veteran nonprofit, a C-19. So if you make donations to the Veteran Liberty Network, right? We have an assigned EIN, tax number as a nonprofit. So we're a different type. We're a different type of media. We're not your mainstream media, right? Bought by, corporate sponsors, high dollar, whoever. We are not that. And we're a group of very intelligent men and women, though, that are coming together on this. So we're going to grow the damn network. We've got a large vision for it. We're going to be putting it on a main street in a very tiny town for a reason. We want working men and women to have their own news, their own local news, their own media, where it's like, yeah, we're not affiliated. We're not a CBS affiliate, i.e. puppet down on the local level. We're not an ABC or NBC or Fox affiliate that's a puppet for them. We're our own entity, a nonprofit. We're going so far as to say we want to be a nonprofit network. And it's not just going to be media. We're going to train veterans into the trades, one of the trades being media, where we desperately need people who want to vigorously defend our Constitution. And we'll exercise our Second Amendment rights as journalists, citizen journalists, while we exercise our First Amendment rights. Why? because we can. And if you don't exercise your rights, they'll fucking take them from you. They'll assume you don't need them anymore. Don't want to vote? Fuck it. Right? It doesn't matter. If you don't exercise these rights, if you don't know them, enforce them, demand your public officials enforce them, okay? That's their job. Government's purpose in life is not to provide for you. That is not the purpose of government. It is to defend your natural liberty to work and provide for yourself and your family. And where free people live in a free society, you stand the possibility to have conflict, right? Property rights issues, whatever, civil disputes, okay? Criminal matters. That's where government comes into play to defend your rights against somebody else's, right? And in the event somebody impedes upon your rights to such a degree, it warrants some sort of damages, punitive, whatever, compensatory damages. That's what the judicial system's there for. We should not be using government to fix every issue in our lives. We're intelligent enough to go, hey, you know what? In this city over here, we don't have any place for our crap, right? There's no place for our poop to go, and we need to do something about this, folks. If there was no government to be had, do you think that people wouldn't come up with it on their own? They freaking would. If the whole country disbanded right now, if the federal government was abolished, if all state governments were abolished, do you think that we could stop functioning or that we would just completely die as a people? I don't think so. I think that we are intelligent and intuitive enough about how to provide for our families that we would do that and that we could come together to do that. We have this fear factor that we will not or cannot, or it's impossible that we won't provide for our fellow man. What if we actually committed to a cause and a purpose of building our communities out, every one of us in our own communities, just really getting deeply involved with local politics? So I'm not telling you to be a mayor or run for office, or even run. I'm not even saying to run for office at all, but be involved on such a local level that the community really gets to know you and you build good relations and you build friendships and long-lasting relationships, deep, meaningful relationships and community ties, doing good, positive work outside of or alongside government, but not asking government for that issue and then the implementation for that to satisfy your sense of morality as though you did something good. You got a law passed. Chances are you didn't really fully consider what's going to the ramifications, the long-term ramifications of whatever legislation you wanted to push your own sense of morality on people. And you're probably going to fuck up a whole bunch of other lives. It's going to cause a whole bunch more lawsuits. And the only ones that win in the end are the attorneys. We got to stop running to government for the problem, for the solution. Okay. You identify a problem. Now start thinking about a solution. How could we fix this? Who could I talk to? Who could we work alongside to fix it? This is a fix for me. This is a fix. I can't see my kids. I hate state overreach. I ran for office. That's filled with corruption. We all know that, you're not going to be treated the same as a third party or independent. The very laws are written against you so that you can't. And the American people just passively accept it as, oh, well, yeah, that's good. That's good, Joe. We got nothing but Republicans and Democrats. Yeah, man, that's good. Just those guys. That's all we need. And then they get home from work or they get their paycheck and they're like, fuck my life. Look how much I paid in taxes. Go Tom Cotton, mandatory work programs. Yeah. This is why we struggle, people, as a country, because we don't fully consider what the hell we're doing, what we're voting for. And how can we? How can we when we have Congress that is working on pushing through what I think is a COVID relief bill, a 5,000 plus page bill, I believe these legislators got it sometime this morning, if CJ's correct. And they do this all the time, which is why I believe what he's saying, because they do this all the time. I've seen it done. I've listened to legislators say how much time they had to review something before they signed off or didn't sign off on it. I wouldn't sign off on it. I'm not fucking touching that. I'm not touching that. I can't read. If I was a congressman, I'm not touching that. A $5,000 or I'm sorry, a 5,000 page document, and they've got things in there like around page 2,500 and something. This making it a felony, something to do with live streaming, right? If you use, I guess, if you use video from, say, I don't know, CNN, and you play it in your live stream, I think that's, if I'm reading onto this correctly, that you could get convicted of some sort of felony. What the fuck is going on, man? These people take our shit all the time. All the time. They grab our social media posts. They grab whatever they want, dude, and use it and hope that they get away with it. And if you really push the issue, they'd probably settle for some small financial amount that wouldn't be meaningful to them anyway, just to send you on your way. There's been groups out there that have worked to push congressional legislation that limits items in a bill to pertain only to the specific title of the bill. That makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me to spend to do some relief bill, congressional relief bill. We're talking about getting COVID relief money. Relief money? This isn't fucking, what is that relieving? That's not relieving anything. That wouldn't relieve the over-the-counter crab medication I would need for the amount of STDs that I would receive from this government gangbang that's transpiring in this country. That's not going to relieve anything. And we're letting them do it. We just sit back and sit on our thumbs and we allow it to happen. Because as we talked about earlier, here's the thing. We keep saying that nobody's got the balls to do it, and I disagree. What we have is the magnitude in our society with which we've allowed government to weaponize itself against us, right? Significantly. The amount government has grown and the size and the representation that it is now gotten to intimidates men because they don't want to be sole man out front, right? Nobody wants to be a martyr. Nobody. I don't want to be a martyr. If you want to be a martyr, there's something like you've really got a deep-seated psychological issue if you desire to be a martyr, if that's like your purpose in life. Some men just accept the fact that somebody's got to do it, right? That's how we've made the accomplishments, the innovations, and the changes in our world for the better when a good man stood up and said, somebody's got to do it, right? And we were made to be masculine for a reason. We were made to have these traits for a reason that our society has demonized. They've emasculated men to the degree that they don't step up to the plate any longer when something really bad's happening. Instead, they pick up their fucking phone and start recording, right? Trying to get something to go viral when millions of things go viral all the time. America's Funniest Home Videos has stuff going viral, right? It doesn't mean that it bared any significant importance in your life. Instead of getting involved in saving people, defending people, we've got our young men standing around recording young girls getting beaten by another young man, right? That's the nature of the young men that is being raised in this society. And a lot of that is due to the fact that we have glamorized and victimized single motherhood on the backs of what alleges, people have alleged is this systemic deadbeat father problem. No, what we've done is we've criminalized poverty. We've criminalized poor decision-making from young men and young women. And predominantly it's been men that have paid the price of being the indentured servitudes and the working serfs while having their own bodily autonomy violated every day by the state. And nobody bats an eyelash when we group fathers in. If you had incorporated mothers into this mandatory work program, right? if Tom Cotton had said mothers, okay, if we replace that fathers with mothers in the Tom Cotton bill, the feminists, the left would have been in a full-on nuclear fucking meltdown over it, folks. But nobody bats an eyelash when it's fathers. Somebody says fathers need to fucking step up to the plate. Nobody bats an eyelash about it, about a mandatory work program for fathers. And that's what it is. And some women would be affected to it by that as well. But let's be honest. This is a mandatory man work program. This is slavery and servitude to the state. And CJ called this shit just like it was. I mean, honestly, how would, I don't know how anybody else out there, no, I do know, because they're all bought and paid for. So I'm probably the only person, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that's beating up Tom Cotton the way that I am on this piece of legislation that he's proposing. Because my God, how much more comedic can you get? Like politically comedic. I don't know how it can get much worse than a guy from Arkansas where slavery was so prevalent and there were so many just magnificent things born out of the civil rights issue here and the civil rights movement here. You got a guy by the name of Tom Cotton, a straight white man, passing legislation for mandatory work programs, aka slavery. And nobody else finds that as fucking just politically ironic and candidly dark humored as it could possibly get. I mean, honestly, you can't really, think about that. A guy named Cotton pushes a fucking mandatory work program. That's a slavery. Anybody else picking up on what I'm putting down here? Anybody else want to chime in? Maybe there's something to what he's saying.
No, yeah. Cash, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hey, I found a stupid comment, and you said put more stupid comments up. So, that's not the one I was saying.
This is the one. I'm sorry, I put that one up just when you said that.
Yeah, you put that up, right. Yeah, that's
we weren't
bad
saying
timing.
Your comment was stupid. I just had to throw that up.
Claire. That was not directed at you. Another stupid comment.
Bad timing.
This is the stupid comment I was talking about. None of you really cared about the suicide rate. Now, let me do this in my dumbest winch voice ever. None of you really cared about the suicide and abuse rate
you asked for this.
until you were conspiracy theory rage over the pandemic. Don't use suicide rates and abuse as your plow. I cared about suicide long before the pandemic. You dumb bitch. Anyways, that's Cash. Right. That's pretty much all the time I've got for tonight. It's 11. We will be back if you want tomorrow night.
Is it 11?
It's hard. Yeah, we've long blew past 3 hours. Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. It's been a great show, and we've maintained a steady cast, and I appreciate everybody sticking in with it.
Absolutely. So just some house cleaning.
CJ, I appreciate having you on. I can do the exit. Yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, just want to make sure we get this in. Producer notes, CashJackson.com CashJackson.com is the website you can go to for Cash Jackson, but Patreon.com/Cash Jackson is really where it's at. That's where we'll be building our monthly subscription base. That's where Cash will be going live, doing live videos exclusively to patrons only. All you cheap free viewers will not get to watch those videos unless you pay at least the $3 entry. As you go up into the $9, $25, and yes, there's going to be a sponsor tier coming soon. As you go to the $9 and $25, you'll get more perks, more access to Cash. You might even get his own personal phone number, and you can just call him up at 3 a.m. and talk about how Tom Cotton and the state are just fucking everybody
come
over.
To your house and have breakfast with you.
Probably. And so
right. Chances are, my sponsors and stuff, I'll end up, we'll be barbecuing and stuff together. We'll be having picnics and hanging out. And, I'm a family-oriented guy, man. I like hanging out with my peeps. I like hanging out with friends and family. Those that support me, I love to support.
You've literally slept on my couch. Yeah, I know this. So, one of the things, Cash, about this show, though, is I want people to understand is we are not going to be politically correct. We are going to be an outlaw program, apparently. Think about that. Veterans are sitting here saying that they're violating the Constitution. They're going to violate the First Amendment, your right to freedom of speech, freedom of the press. with this bill is non-existent. How can you cover something if somebody can just be like copyright claim and now you're a felon because they just intellectually property rights claimed something that you can legally discuss in many different reasons. Nonprofits,
right. Especially when they're the only media allowed, and that's where they get you.
But
that's where they get you. They're the only media allowed.
It says you have to have permission.
Permission, right?
In order to join, in order to do that. So, so again, this triggered woman here is saying you're trying to make money off people to hear you complain about paying child support. Cash, what do you want to say to dumb cunts that think like this?
And mind you, we use that C word because it's an acronym for can't understand normal thinking. So if you're offended, number one, by his salty language, and you're not more offended by the fact that man hasn't seen his daughter in 5 years, that's what we call a prioritizing problem in the military. It means you can't understand the more significant need that needs to be met, and you're more concerned with some superficial want, right? And you want something sugar-coated for you. And here at the Veteran Liberty Network, and especially the War is Hell podcast, I want you to think about that name, War is Hell. Okay? We tell it to you like it is because we don't have no time for no bullshit. Right? When things are serious and dire, we're going to tell you that. Now, you're trying to make money off of people to hear you complain about paying child support. Yes, you're right, I am. I am trying to make money off people paying to hear me complain about child support. You know why? Because socially, people like yourself are still stuck on and accepting this lie that men are only good enough for the money that you can get from us, right? And it's men like me that are saying, no, absolutely not. My chromosomes in equal capacity help to create that child. I have a natural right, and you have no right. The mother of my children has no right to deny me equal access to my kids. She is not a supreme parent. She has never been found to be some supreme parent. And it's not something that we could really measure anyway. That's why the finding is you're either fit or you're unfit. And as a fit father that is never.
She's so triggered. She's so triggered. Yeah, it's so hilarious.
Right. Well, you know what? Oh, hold on. We don't fuck that trigger term. You know, look,
I wouldn't
it comes down to being an adult, Lindsay. Okay. Look, you're talking to two adult men who don't owe you anything. Look, we don't owe you anything. This is our show. It's a later night show. You're a guest here. CJ's going to tell you that he thinks you're number one, right? I would venture to say you're probably number two. There's probably somebody who would beat you out. Okay. But nonetheless, you can't dispute what I'm saying with facts, right? You can try and superficially attack me and say that I don't want to pay child support, but your argument is completely eviscerated whenever I ask for equal custody. Okay. Then typically somebody like you will jump to finding some way to defame our character.
She's one of these type of women, Cash, just so you know. She's one of these type of
women. The father
of
my son and I have agreed to no child support. I have full custody. He sees his sons whenever he wants. That's perfect. Right. That's perfect. If that works for you, fantastic.
I'm going to go find out who
we're glad, but guess what?
Is to make sure that's accurate. It's because I don't trust this woman as far as I could throw her. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I mean, I'm going to take.
I'd like to see what the guy says about that.
Saying is true.
I don't trust her at all. In fact, I will not listen. I'm going to say this on an executive producer note, Cash. When people disrespect me in the comments, you're basically fucking dead to me, bitch. And so, you know, like at the end of the day, I don't care if your name is Lindsay or not. Like, you're dead to me, bitch. Like, understand that. So this is your funeral. Enjoy. Digitally speaking, of course.
So digitally, this is what you're going to get when you come here, right? Now,
by the way, my daughter tells me
a large
every
demographic
day I'm
out
the
there
greatest daddy in the world. So fuck what that cunt has to say. And again, Cash, it's past my bedtime. That's why I'm a little cranky. Again, Cash Jackson on Patreon. Cash knows how to land the boat, you guys. If he stays up till 3 a.m. in the morning taking your calls and your comments, so be it. And just one more time, fuck bitches like Lindsay. They're the reason why my brother says things like women shouldn't vote. I mean, she's the definition. She's like the literal argument for why some men in this country think women shouldn't have the right to vote. Like, think about that. It's insane. So, and I've been reading her comments, and other people in the comments are saying she's saying a bunch of stupid stuff. So, like, listen, lady, if you want the show about you, and instead we're trying to tell you about the crimes the government's committing and the slavery they're trying to impose. And yes, the fact that we haven't seen our children is a factor in why we're saying things the way we're saying it and why we are as passionate as we are. So to discount that is about the dumbest thing I've seen anybody do, walking into a room not knowing anybody. And especially
you know what's so
pissing
radical?
off the executive producer. So anyways, yeah.
You know what's so comical, man, is that look,
they only hear what
they might limit our
hear.
broadcast, but they're not.
They only hear what they want to hear.
You know, but what's great is what we're doing is radical. Okay, what we're doing is radical. People do not want straight white men speaking out, right, on issues like this. You know, and look, so let me be the civility here for a moment. Okay, CJ is justified in his response. Oh, well, let me have you had the ground for a moment. Give me back my stage.
I'm out
Get
of here.
Give me back my stage. You had it. You're at it. Go to bed. He's entitled to his response, right? The man hasn't seen his daughter in years. Okay. And what people look at is they look at like his response and go, oh, well, I see why you don't have your kids. How long could you endure not seeing your child? Right? This is the most important and undiscussed issue in this country. How long could you go without seeing or speaking to your child? Why in God's name would we ever give so much power and authority to one human being over another human being and use children to do that? What's been done to that man and his daughter is unconstitutional, it's immoral, and it's inhumane. And the man has shown remarkable restraint, as have many men have showed tremendous restraint. While people like you make these offhanded comments towards them, and they're experiencing significant pain and trauma, and you come in and jab them in their fucking eye, and then when they eviscerate you the way that he did, when they eviscerate you, you play victim. Right. And we're accustomed to this. We know what this looks like. We're on the other side of knowledge now. We're not the men. We're not young men anymore that can be deceived and into believing and gaslighted into believing that we're crazy, when in fact you yourselves would never endure what you make men endure every single day. Right. You wouldn't. I don't discount that there are plenty of women in our shoes, but statistically, they are the outliers. Men make up the most significant amount of individuals that are non-custodial. And then you regurgitate the bullshit that we've already broken down before. And you'll go, well, it was agreed to. Most men agree to this. It's because you call up any random law office as a father in this country. You can't call up random law offices and say, hey, I'm a dad. I'm in Arkansas or I'm in Illinois. And I just want equal custody of my children and no child support. These attorneys will laugh you off their fucking phone and out of their offices. And they'll tell you that's not happening. But nobody stops and goes, well, why? Why is nationally that a problem? Men are coerced into and forced into by the state. We are forced into these lopsided agreements. Those lopsided agreements causes so much strain and strife in our lives, it ensures additional conflict and going back to court. Conflict is good for the courts. It's good for business. And men like myself in this country are fed up with the bullshit. We're fed up with the fucking bias. We're fed up with being called deadbeats when we're asking for equal custody because we know that, well, the money follows the child, right? That's the whole purpose of the child support. If we got to pay you more money because the child's with you more, well, then that means the dollars are following the child. And so if they follow the child all the way over here in full custody, mother's getting child support like what I'm paying to the mother of my kids, you're getting that money. Well, if the custody comes back to the center, what else comes back to the center? Oh, that's right, child support. And it would get neutralized. So why are so many mothers so adamant against equal custody? They're oppose it. The ones who oppose it are the ones with full custody and getting child support. Because if it's a domestic violence issue, you're arguing it to the wrong fucking court anyway. It should be getting argued in a criminal court. But he's a criminal. He done all of these things. If he's a criminal and he's done something wrong, then it needs to be in criminal court anyway, lady. So he can go to fucking prison. Not in a court of equity where you can get full custody and more child support based upon lies and a low standard of evidence and no juries. That's bullshit. And these courts have been weaponized against fathers like CJ that get no relief year after year after year after year. And they're pissed off veterans like me that are disenfranchised and saying, we're not going to fucking take it anymore. We're not going to be politically correct to you. We have no obligation to be politically correct when people sit silently as our children are taken from us. It is not. It is not. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. What do you mean it's very simple to get equal rights in your state? That's complete bullshit. What do you mean you got to go get them? You should already have them. You shouldn't have to get anything. You're born with them. We're born equal. We're treated unequally. That's the difference. We are born equal. You're not above me. I'm not above you. I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. I don't care who you are, what you look like, where you come from. I don't give a fuck what victim status you claim. You're not better than me. You're not better than anybody else. But it's not us. It's not all these fathers out there denying access to kids, right? Millions and millions. That's why we got so many dads killing themselves, middle-aged men killing themselves, being bankrupted through these courts, being treated as though we deserved it. Victim blaming. It's fucking victim blaming. I get asked all the time, what'd you do wrong? When I tell people my kids were taken from me by the state, they ask me, what'd you do wrong? That's their first statement. They're socially conditioned to believe it couldn't possibly be the state. It couldn't possibly be the judge. It couldn't possibly be that the government is running a racketeering activity to profit billions of dollars off of our kids. It couldn't possibly be something else. Cash Jackson had to have just retired out of the Navy after 20 years and done something fucking wrong instead. He ran a perfect track record, 37 years, honorable discharge, got a Navy Com, 6 fucking Navy and Marine Corps achievement medals, all this other bullshit. Who cares? Who cares about all that? Who cares about this shit? None of that matters because I did all of that and then I turned around in my custody proceeding, did something wrong and lost my kids. Yeah, genius. That's how it fucking worked. And we get pissed off at people that say offhanded, fucked up remarks like that. And you got to start thinking to yourself, Lindsay, how fucked up that is to say that to somebody who hasn't seen their kids in years. It's a fucked up thing to say to somebody. You know what I mean? And I want people to start apologizing for that bullshit. You inflicted a lot of pain in that guy. He hasn't seen his kids in years and we don't bat an eyelash as a society. We don't take it seriously. We think that men should just be able to suffer in fucking silence and take it. We should be able to just take your kids, take your money, laugh at you, take your kids, withhold them from you, use them to get more money to threaten you. It's sick and it's fucked up. And to say something like that to somebody who never was found guilty of a crime. This guy is a Purple Heart fucking recipient, Marine Corps honorably discharged veteran who hasn't seen his daughter in over 5 years. And you want to say some fucked up stuff like he shouldn't, he deserves it. That's what we get all the time when we speak out. We fucking deserve it. And we're sick of that shit. And I'm fighting for these dads. I'm fighting for them. Well, good question. Why hasn't he seen them? Because the litigation is endless. It's endless. He's been chasing the mother of his daughter was married at the time. He may or may not have known. I don't know. He claims that he didn't. There's always two sides to a story. I'll always leave that out and not just wholly take somebody's side. But regardless, he got a pregnant woman, he got a married woman pregnant, found out after the fact that she was married. Her husband was in the Marine Corps, still is in the Marine Corps. she elected to stay with the guy. There's an acknowledgement that he is the dad. Everybody knows he is the dad. There's no denying that. He is the dad. Everybody involved knows CJ is the father of this little girl. However that little girl was conceived, whatever decisions were made by different parties at that time is outside of her hands. Okay? The child's brought into the world. When the child was brought into the world, he should have equal rights and equal access to that child. And it is what it is. If she stays with the father, the man that she had an affair on, if she stays with him, that's on her. That's her fucking deal. That's between them as adults. And they can work that out. That's between them. But you don't work to erase the father because you fucked up. And that's like a double. It's like a double thing. She cheated on her husband. So cheated on him. Fuck him. He's in the Marines. Cheated on him. Got pregnant by another Marine. And this happens all the time. This kind of what Jerry Springer shit. This kind of stuff happens all the time to human beings. Got her pregnant and he has some early on success with seeing his daughter, and then they leave the state, whatever, they get stationed somewhere else because her husband stays in the Marine Corps to get stationed somewhere else, and CJ loses access to his daughter. And that's fucked up. I'm sorry, it is. And why does he bear the burden of assuming the responsibility of the transgression solely? Why does he solely bear responsibility by not seeing his child for her transgression? And again, you blame him. No, here's what he doesn't need. He doesn't need anger management. This is the bullshit we got to get through. And I'm glad that you're bringing this up. I'm not going to tear you down. Okay. But I am going to call the bullshit for what it is, Lindsay. And this is what it is. What he showed tonight, he obviously needs anger management. Right? This is the type of shit attorneys say. You provoke a reaction, and when you get a fucking reaction, then you want to say that they're not right in the head and they need some sort of psychological treatment. After you just got done fucking provoking him. After you just got done dumping salt in an open wound that never heals. Have you ever woken up one day without not knowing where your child is? Not knowing when you're going to speak to or hold that child? Have you ever experienced that? For those of us who have experienced that, it is extremely traumatic. Every single day we wake up and we grieve living children. We've never been found to be unfit. We've never been found to be an endangerment. We've simply been pushed out of our kids' lives using a legal system as a weapon. And people that have some deep-seated psychological issues that want to use children as a weapon against somebody that they're fucking pissed off about, a prior spouse or partner, and we let them use these kids to do it. And the government participates in it. They love it because it creates conflict. And I have to break down bullshit comments like this because you think the man would be angry if his daughter wasn't being kept from him for 5 fucking years. You're looking at a guy 5 years removed from it. Put yourself in his position. He serves his country honorably. He gets blown up in Iraq or Afghanistan. He gets literally blown the fuck up, Lindsay. You ever been blown up for your country? He gets blown the fuck up, suffers some pretty significant injuries, gets a Purple Heart for it. And in return, the country, the state, defends his daughter being kidnapped across the country. Because he's a dad and it's okay to do. And it's so easy. Everybody says, well, just go to court. Like it's so fucking easy. It's not that easy, folks. That's what we're trying to educate you and teach you. If somebody who was raped, do you go and tell them if they break down crying, telling their story, they break down crying about their experience? Do you tell them they need to go get a counselor? Right? Because they were raped or they're being raped? What if they're being beaten? Because what we're dealing with is an active and ongoing abuse. Right now, what's happening to me, what's happening to CJ, what's happening to millions of others is ongoing perpetual abuse every single day that we wake up and don't see our kids, don't speak to our kids, and we're bankrupted and then demoralized, and people want to tell us that we're deadbeats and we need to just smiles and pay our child support. Fuck you. That's what we say. That's what we have to say to those people. Fuck you. No, I'm not going to just pay my child support and shut up. I'm going to fight for my equal rights, for my child to have an equal right to me as a parent. The state does not have a compelling interest in these cases because they're not parties to the suit. It's one private party versus another private party. The whole Rooker-Feldman doctrine isn't going to hold up in this. We're going to break through it. Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, Ted Bush just argued this last week. And I played the audio earlier in the broadcast and showed you. They're going to, right? He's got a sound argument. He's got a really sound argument for what he's making here. States don't have a compelling interest in these matters because they're not party to the suit. They've got no interest in it at all. And it's going to be these broadcasts, these shows, and these conversations. And I appreciate you joining, Lindsay. I really do. I hope that you don't feel like we're not attacking you because you're making these remarks. And I'm glad that you're publicly making them, but you're going to get public rebuttals from me and others, especially here. Those who follow me, they're going to support me all day long. Yeah, you are basically in enemy territory here, right? And so if you hang around and you brave that, good, right? And so some of the responses you're going to get based upon how you say things and phrase things here, you're going to initiate that type of response and you're going to get it in return, probably tenfold. But if there's some compassion there, if there's some seeking of understanding and thought-provoking questions and constructive criticism or questioning, if you bring that attitude here, that's what you get in return. People need to understand that about us. We don't want to be visceral towards people. We're visceral towards people because of the ongoing perpetual abuse and pain that we're enduring, right? And you're looking at people that in a private setting, any of my friends and family, they're all going to tell you, I'm one of the kindest, most outgoing, just friendly guys that you could ever. I'll give you the shirt off my back, right? I'll change your flat. I'm the guy driving down the road who will stop and change a lady's flat. Okay. That's me, but I'll teach her how to do it. Right. I'll teach her how to do it. Cause I'm not just a guy that thinks, no, I got a great producer. I've got a great producer who understands this and commits his time and his energy voluntarily to this. He's not getting paid, that man. To help me with this broadcast and this show, he's not getting paid. He's not making money. He's volunteering time away from his family because it's that important. This isn't a hobby for us. Okay? This is us using our First Amendment right, using every tool at our disposal as working men and women to raise more awareness about what's going on with government. What you're seeing with COVID restrictions is as a result of the fact that we let these types of policies and practices persist for so long without doing a damn thing about it. Government knew how far that they could go. This shit was done before it was even started. Right? And you got to be careful here, Lindsay, because I've got people that know that we know this. We know what to look for. Right? You can't turn me against CJ. I know this guy. Right? I know his faults. I know that this guy's got what you're going to call a temper. No. He's got a low threshold for bullshit. That's it. I've just got a higher threshold for bullshit, which could be shown because I spent 20 years in the military. He only did, I think, 4. And I don't want to say only 4 to diminish his service. Maybe he was smarter than I was. He couldn't put up with that bullshit. I put up with it. I put up with it for 20 years. Yeah. Well, you can say wow if you want to, but here, I'm telling you, here, I'm not your enemy. I want a dialogue with you. But again, depending on how you present yourself in your conversation, that's how you word it here, you got to keep in mind, number one, I'm reading it. I'm not hearing you. I can't see any facial expression, so I have to take it for what I read. So you got to be real careful. I tell people, be very careful about word choice, word selection, how you put those words together. People are just too loose with what they say. And I've got family that's terrible about this with me. And I tell them, I'm like, be very careful what you say to me, because I listen to words excruciatingly close, right? And you can't come here and pour salt in people's wounds, or come off half cocked without having much information and expect that you're not going to get, this is a verbal battle up in here. If people disagree with me, they're welcome to come on the show and disagree with me right here where everybody can hear and see, and we can have a discussion. My ex-wife could come on here. Her attorney could come on here. The judges could come on here, and we'll have a discussion. But it ain't no safe zone here, right? There's no safe zone here. You come in here and if you start a debate, you start an issue like this, right? You get involved in this draws out some real personal feelings. But I'm going to do the best I can to moderate it so that we advance the dialogue. There's no trophy for me to win by being correct. I'm not trying to be right in a debate. What I'm trying to do is advance the conversation. Well, you're a big girl. You're a big girl. I feel certain it's not the first time you've heard these words. We use the C word as an acronym. You can't understand normal thinking. And that's all he was saying. So, you probably didn't know the show dialogue here. And that's an acronym that we chose to kind of disarm it, if you will, and make it more, explanatory in its use, that you can't understand normal thinking. And maybe that's misapplied. Maybe it's like you might be able to understand normal thinking if you, listen, talk less and listen more, right? From people that live it, people that actually live it. Larry, thanks for joining us, man. I don't know if you're new here to the show. I kind of look like what's his name on Home Improvement, the guy that looks over the fence. Is that comment covering my face up over on your phone? Wilson, yeah. No, was it Wilson? Yeah. The neighbor? Yeah. Is that what I look like right now on your screen? Because on my screen, his comment's covering all the way up over to the bridge of my nose. Here you got. So Larry looks like, if this is Larry, right? Larry could be a fake profile. I haven't went over and looked or anything. So I'm just taking everything for face value here. It says he's a child support slave in the state. Driver's license and passport revoked over back child support. Haven't seen his two oldest children face this for over 15 years. Listen to that. Medicaid bill stacked up for the rest of his life. Can't leave his state and still haven't seen his kids. Attack me instead and let this show proceed. Really glad that you found us, Larry. Thank you for a good look and my new favorite. Look at that, man. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, man. And it's stories like yours that move me. Let's advance the conversation now. Let's move on. Well, I don't know what you're calling me out for, right? What are you calling me out for? You're calling me out for calling out the system? What are you calling me out for? You got to be calling somebody out for some sort. If you're going to call somebody out, there has to be some sort of identified transgression that happened to warrant the calling out. What have myself or CJ done? We cursed? Oh, God forbid. God forbid. There was a First Amendment right, and we used it. That as veterans, we use it to the fullest extent to criticize our government, to say it fucking sucks. It sucks. And we should be able to say that without people replying of, well, maybe that's why you lost custody of your kids. Did you hear yourself? You communist, fascist, dumb shit. That we have a First Amendment right so that you can criticize without getting your kids taken. Fuck. Oh, are you really that incredibly stupid? You should be able to criticize a judge. I should be able to say, Salvi is a shitbird, and he is. Factually, that's correct. He is a shit stain on society, and I shouldn't lose my kids. I shouldn't live under a threat of it. There should be no, like, the government, it should be, yeah, he called him a shit stain or a shitbird. No. Lindsay, again, you know what? I believe, look, I'm a person that is extremely persistent. Extremely persistent. And I believe that people like you are salvageable from your own stupidity. I think that you are, because I was saved. I'm mature enough to admit I was incredibly naive about how things worked. I had a lot of the same social ideas and beliefs that I was conditioned in about all these deadbeat dads, and, that we needed all of this enforcement for all of these deadbeats out there, and on and on and on. No. What you're punishing is poverty. And people like you, right? You want to try and take our voices away. You want to take a man's voice away when you yourself wouldn't live in our shoes. You couldn't. You wouldn't. Right? You wouldn't do it. Admit it. You would not. My ex-wife would never endure what she has put me through. Are you kidding me? $2,500 a month in child support? Let me tell you something, Lindsay. When you don't pay child support and you get child support, right? It means you're not capable of doing it on your own. It means you never should have had kids to begin with, because if you didn't consider the fact that you might have to do it alone, that your partner might die, that your partner might leave you, that you guys might break up, that he, any number of circumstances might take place, it means you were just as irresponsible in your decision to have kids. So therefore, you should relish in your fucking misery, right? And that's what you get because you didn't fully consider it. But no, we dump it all over onto fatherhood in this nation and say that fathers have to be these providers. The Tom Cottons of the world have helped to continue to perpetuate this lie upon society that deadbeat dads are the reason for single moms' problems. Single moms' problems oftentimes result from fucking single mom choices that they would rather the state be the provider. The dad gets pushed out, that the state orders the father because, she's not going to get it done. So instead, she'll run down to the state and weaponize the court system that is very public knowledge that just put him on child support, right? That's the common underlying theme. Take his kids, put him on child support. Punish him. That's how vindictive, sick, narcissistic people work. And there's no shortage of them, right? Especially those that are using children to hurt somebody. But you won't bother to call that shit out. You want to sit up here and talk about us whining I'd pay? No, I'm not whining. I'm not fucking whining. What I'm telling you is that I'm going to change this shit. I'm not whining about it. I'm doing something about it. CJ's doing something about it. It might not be what you would do or what you think's best, but you're not the one fucking dealing with it. We are. And maybe you shouldn't get any damn child support. Not one. If it were up to me right now, whether or not I paid a dime or a penny in child support to my ex, I wouldn't do it. She makes $100,000 a year. She makes $100K a year before my child support. This woman's getting $1,200 a month from me out of my military pension. Never served one day in her life. My money should be spent with my kids in this home while they're with me. End of story. End of story. My labor and my sacrifices is what made that money mine. That means I get to spend it how I want to on my kids. It's not sent somewhere else. If you want full custody and there's not a serious finding of endangerment or unfitness for the other parent, whomever that is, mom or dad, I lost my train of thought because I saw your other comment. No, I want we cannot have an echo chamber, fellas, right? We can't have one. I'm not going to create an echo chamber for people to agree with us. I don't want that, nor should you want that, because those are not the people we want to reach. We want to reach the Lindsay Wessels of the world and have the conversations until such point in time as maybe they come to it on their own terms, right? Many of us never wanted to believe that the system was as bad or worked the way that it did. Just admit it. We were very misguided. We were very misguided. A lot of people don't get this opportunity. They don't get the opportunity to have an agreement because they even try and reach an agreement. They try and do the civil thing. They try and do the responsible adult thing. And I applaud you guys for coming to an agreement. I'm glad that you did. I hope that there was no threats or anything used to coerce that agreement. Because why do you need full custody? Honestly, why? Every time I hear this and I see this, and this is, and the father's not some dangerous criminal, okay? Like a real dangerous criminal. Oh, he smokes weed. Shut the front door. Who gives a shit? Shut up. You probably got a bunch of Valiums in your fucking purse from your Instagram influencer friends. I'm not saying you, Lindsay. I'm just hypothetically, right? But why do you need full custody? Again, you both equally bring the child into the world. Both of you. So government has to, the mandate for government would be to protect the rights of both parents. There's no serious finding of endangerment or unfitness. Check. That means the state does not have any type of compelling interest at all. They've got none. Zero. They don't decide best interests of the child. The parents do. The only way they do that is equal custody. If equal custody isn't an option and the parents can't work it out, then the judge can come in and go, okay, here's the variety of choices that we have. Let's discuss the pros and cons of each one, and we're going to come up with the best one. Well, we have tabletop, and there should be, let him play mediator. Force the mediation. If he's going to decide on it anyway, then force the mediation in the court. You discuss the factors. They should be able to come to an agreement, but if they can't, because some people just refuse to meet in the middle. They want it all their way. They want to eat it too while standing on your neck. Well, thanks for pointing this out. I'm glad that you did. This is one more discriminatory practice against fathers in this country. Mothers automatically get full custody at birth. You're correct. Right. You're correct. It does not have to be that way. It should be automatic equal custody at birth. And we should have DNA tests. And we should be pushing, not mandating these DNA tests. We should be pushing the importance of getting that DNA test. Fathers should get that DNA test because they want to verify and know that they are in fact the dad. And I'm sorry, ladies out there, if you get pissed off or offended by this, I'm not saying that all of you cheat, because plenty of men cheat, right? I stepped out in my marriage. I've been open about that. I'm not proud of that fact. It is what it is. What do you want me to do? You want me to go back fucking 10 years and fix it? Right? There's nothing we can do about it. I could justify my actions all day long. Well, yeah, and this is true. Just because you have an agreement, don't turn a blind eye that others can and will take your kids for profit. They will. They will take them. And we're tired. We're sick and tired. I don't want to be an individual who gets into my 50s and go, I haven't seen or spoken to my kids in 18 years. That's bullshit. And it happens all the time. And we let it happen. And I'm fed up with it because it's happening to me. It's happening to my friends. It's happening to tons of people, And so we're going to put an end to it. And this broadcast is a part of that. Building the Veteran Liberty Network, building this podcast, this is all a part of that, right? We want you to be a part of it. I hope that you'll come over, support me at Patreon. I'm a working guy. This is my job. I'm going to facilitate discussions that need to be had, and we're going to push hard issues, and we're going to have some really interesting dialogue with people that you probably wouldn't get access to otherwise. We want working men and women to network across one another. I don't care about the fucking ruling class. Like, I'm done with them. I'm done with their bullshit. Okay. I've taken the golden pill. Okay. I want government out of your life and my life. Yeah. Lindsay, I'm glad you're making some of these points for me. Right? These are really positive contributions you're making to the conversation right now, and I really appreciate it. These are the types of things that we're talking about. You're publicly acknowledging these woman who has a child with a man, and you don't get child support, and I applaud that. And I applaud that you guys have an equal relationship, but that's your anecdotal case. And as somebody who's involved with trying to abolish this, I'm done with reform. Fuck reform. We're to the abolishment phase now. We're done with reform. Okay. We have to just be done with it. Adopt the Scandinavian style, equal custody, no child support, or it's capped, it's capped off. These ridiculous child support orders are done and over with. All that shit, alimony done and over with, right? All that needs to go away. And this platform is one of the ones that will be used to push that abolishment. Yeah, you were, and you were being kind of cuntish. You were. I would say it. CJ would say it, and several other people in this group would say it. And just take it on board as constructive feedback. You're not hurt, right? You're not hurt. You're a big girl. You're going to go to bed tonight and be like, man, I was called the C word tonight. Well, you got guys like me who are living in a day and age now. It's just like, yeah, this sensitive approach to women that want equality. They want to be treated the same. Fine. Because if it was a dude who said that, he would have said something. He would, CJ would have said the same type of shit. Because at least principally, he's consistent across the board, and he's going to give a man and a woman the equal treatment, right? And that treatment is really predicated upon how, again, you come into this broadcast and present yourself. This is, look, you got to hold your own here, right? Yeah, intellectually, you got to hold your own. And these are street folks, right? Working men and women from the working class, and we just say that shit like it is. And that's why it's a later show. Here it is midnight, right? And I'm still chanting on. But I'm going to close it now. It is midnight on the dot. It is all balls. This is the War is Hell podcast with your host, Cash Jackson. And my producer back there, CJ Abernathy, who I was done at 11. He was off the clock right at that hour. That's what we had agreed to. So I've carried it for an hour now. I am going to sign off. Thanks for hanging out with me for so long. Holy shit, it's been a 4-hour broadcast. Hopefully we keep this online and we keep this going, and the censors don't get us booted before we can kind of get a foothold. Go follow me over on TikTok, man. I'm doing some more creative things over there. I'm going to be incorporating into the show. This will be an 8 to 11 p.m. show, and we're going to be shooting from Monday through Friday, broadcasting every night. Going to have a show. Put us on, especially if you're sitting around drinking beers with friends. Put us on in the background. Just have us going, right? Put Skinner down. Put Skinner down for a second and put on the War is Hell podcast and let's really, get this dialogue moving and shaking in between the working class. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care what you identify as sexually. I don't give a shit about any of that. If you care about getting government out of your life, if we can collectively agree that government is making it worse for us and harder for us, we got to get the conversation going in other chambers outside of these, the far left and far right who control the narrative in this country and the conversation. this is a place where you can come and you can speak your mind, and we can viscerally disagree. And at the end of the day, we can walk away from this and be civil to one another and leave one another in peace. So I'm done. I'm going to stop drinking coffee. It's midnight. You guys have a wonderful night. I would love it if I get a couple of you go over and join me at Patreon at either the $3 or $9 level. If you're feeling really Christmassy, the $25 level. Help me to grow that. That's what's going to really help me out financially. That is, right? That's my ask. Okay. And in return, what are you going to get? Well, you're going to get exactly what I've been portraying here, right? You're going to get that much more direct approach, non-politically correct style. We will have shows on the Veteran Liberty Network that will be earlier in the day, that they'll be more suited for, like a business type workplace that's more professional. We'll keep that cleaned up. But over in the evening time, we're going to have shop talk. We're going to have men and women coming in here having conversations, talking about difficult shit. And we're going to call a spade whenever we see it. So thanks again to all of you. Thanks to my current patrons, those of you who have signed up. I owe you my deepest gratitudes. Was trying to send you out a personal video thank you via live feed in the Patreon. But due to my poor internet service out here, it was not cooperating. I think that's what it was. Could be my idiocy with Patreon right now. I got to learn the platform. It's another one I have to learn. It's part of my job. So talk to one another. Work some shit out, man. Don't push people away. Okay, they come to terms with things on their own at their own time and moment. Right. We have to teach, educate. Yeah, we can even, we can push back kind of hard, like what we did tonight. We did. But I appreciate Lindsay sticking around. This is not an easy room to hang out in, and a group of people to be around, because, well, most of them are hurting, but they're good men and women. And the emotion you see in their language and in their speech, much of that is driven out of the pain of their experiences. And, and I try and be cognizant of that fact with everybody. So come here. If you're civil and respectful, everybody else here will be civil and respectful, and I'll demand it. But if you dump salt on somebody's wounds and I see it, I'm going to let them handle it. Hey, that's adult. I'm going to let you open up that door yourself, right? You got to deal with the ramifications. But the adult thing to do is go, look, you know what? I didn't ask enough questions. I should have known more about your story. And I apologize for saying that. We can be adults about that. That's what we teach our kids, right? And I'll be the first one to do it. Tell you I'm sorry if I realize I fucked up. I love y'all. Thanks to my Mama Jackson. I miss you and I love you. And thanks to all of my children. I love each and every one of you. Colby, Kate, and Kaylee, you are the light of my world, and Daddy misses you big old huge. And I can't wait for the day that we get to just hug one another and love on one another and be a family. I'm looking forward to that day. But till then, we're going to keep fighting the good fight. We're coming to you live from Logan County, Arkansas. This is Wars Hill Podcast. We're out. You guys stick around. Watch the outro. Tell me what you think. I screw this up every time. CJ's watching to see if I get this shit right. Watch. If I get myself out, watch. He knows what I'm talking about. Listen.